effective, according to a press release signed by John Mahama's special aide, Felix Kwakye-Fosu, follows consultations with the National Democratic Congress's national executive and parliamentary leadership.
Controversy had loomed large over who takes over the reins of speakership for the 9th Parliament after Majority Leader Alexander Afenyo-Markin had hinted of plans to change Bagbin as Speaker. Names including Edward Doa-Jao had come up for possible nomination, but all that will go up in smoke, with President-elect John Mahama tasking NDC MPs to nominate the veteran parliamentarian for the role. According to John Mahama, Bagbin's distinguished career in public service, including his roles as Member of Parliament for Nadoli, Minority Leader, Majority Leader and Speaker of the 8th Parliament, makes him fit for the role. Mahama also expressed confidence that Bagbin's extensive experience would be critical in steering parliamentary affairs. The former Member of Parliament for Nadoli Kalio, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, was elected Speaker of the 8th Parliament after winning the election held on January 7 with 138 votes. He beat his only contender, Professor Aaron Michael Kwe, who polled 136 votes. Until his victory, Bagbin was the second Deputy Speaker in the 7th Parliament. The election that saw Bagbin becoming Speaker was not without controversy. Several alarming incidents characterized the night, including a ballot snatching incident and the invasion of the military personnel into the parliamentary chamber. His tenure as Speaker of the 8th Parliament has seen some remarkable achievements, including the passage of a number of private members' bills and the drafting of new standing orders for Parliament. The 8th Parliament, under his leadership, has also seen reforms that modernize its procedures, streamline debates, and enhance legislative oversight, making the House more efficient and responsive to the needs of citizens.
Meanwhile, Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin has expressed his profound gratitude to the President-elect John Dramani Mahama for the honor and trust he and the national executives and the parliamentary leadership of the National Democratic Congress placed in him, nominating him to be elected as Speaker of the 9th Parliament. Well, a statement from the Speaker reads, I am deeply humbled by His Excellency's confidence in my ability to lead the august House as we begin a new chapter in our nation's democratic journey. Throughout my years of service to Parliament and the people of Ghana, I've always remained loyal, to Ghana and committed to the principles of justice, fairness, and respect for the rule of law. Now, as Speaker of the 9th Parliament, I will continue to uphold these values and ensure that the 9th Parliament operates with the highest standards of integrity, transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. I would like to take this opportunity to assure the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the people of Ghana that I will, more than before, rededicate myself fully to the task ahead of the country, working to strengthen our democratic institutions and to ensure that Parliament remains an effective and responsive institution to the needs and hopes of the people. Once again, I thank the President-elect, the National Executives and the National Democratic Congress parliamentary leadership for the singular honor to have a second term as Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana. Unquote. In other news this morning, the Electoral Commission has suspended the collation of results in the Ablekuma North constituency following an impasse over disputed polling station results. The returning officer assured that a decision on the way forward will be made within 24 hours as tensions between the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress remain high.
Following the High Court ruling, a recount exercise was conducted without the presence of NDC representatives. At the end of the process, Charles Forsing of the NPP was declared the winner of the Tema Central constituency.
I, Francis Chum, Deputy Returning Officer, Tema Central, declare Mr. Charles Forsing MP-elect for Tema Central. Thank you.
At the long last, the battle is ended. We are ready to work.
Patrick Yabuama, also of the NPP, emerged as the Member of Parliament-elect for Kaikwe Central.
We had to follow due process, and we always believed that the numbers were not going to change. But we thank God that we've had a peaceful collation exercise, and a peaceful declaration.
In Techiman South, Martin Ajay Mensah-Kosa, the MPP candidate, also retained his parliamentary seat.
Amen. 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 For this opportunity, and same to the good people of Techiman South.
Meanwhile, the collation of results from 62 polling stations in the Bagbin North constituency took center stage. The process was mired in controversy as NDC party agents openly expressed their frustrations, rejecting almost all documents submitted by the MPP.
They stand there, and Dr. Sribo is saying we should allow MPP to produce their soft copy or scanned copy for collation. Where has this happened before? That all this while they've maintained they do not have a single pink sheet. How come this today they have all the 281?
The situation escalated when the EC put the exercise on hold due to dispute over a result from 20 polling stations. Officials indicated they needed time to consult on the next steps. NDC Deputy Director of Elections Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer accused the EC of engaging in illegalities, citing an injunction application that had been filed against the ongoing collation.
So whatever they are doing is completely illegal. This Electoral Commission is becoming one of the most lawless institutions we have in Ghana. We are not going to take kindly with what is going on. We are not part of it. We will not respect whatever is coming out from this process because it's an illegal process.
Upon resumption, the Electoral Commission decided to suspend the collation of the remaining 20 polling stations in the Bagbin North constituency.
Some of the results are in contention. Some of them, you can see mistakes on the sheets that they brought. So I need to confirm.
If you say you have to authenticate, how are you going to do that?
That is why it's left with me. That one is left with me. I know my work. I know how I'm going to do it. It will not take more than 24 hours.
Despite the incomplete collation, both the NPP and the NDC claimed victory in the constituency, intensifying the already heated political standoff.
Minus the 20, we haven't collated. I won this election with 414. So what I know is that 2 plus 2 in the morning is 4. In the afternoon is 4. In the evening is 4.
Thank you.
Definitely will come back.
Even with these illegal ones they brought, we are still leading them. We are still leading.
What's the difference?
With this, I saw it is a little over 100. I need to be sure on that. You could see they are still not comfortable. I am telling them, if we should have 20 recollations, we will beat them to it.
Meanwhile, the Director of Legal Affairs for the National Democratic Congress, Godwin Edudzi Tamaklo, says the party will pursue the legal option to challenge the outcome.
The basis of our rejection is that yesterday, immediately after those rulings, we filed notices of appeal, and not only notices of appeal, we mounted application to stay the execution of those orders. The bailiff went to the Electoral Commission office, even though the office was open with security people. They claimed that there were no officers to receive. We proceeded to the law firm of the lawyers representing the Electoral Commission, and the clerk of that law firm was duly served with the notice of appeal and the application to stay the execution of those orders. It is our belief that whatever the Electoral Commission wanted to do, based on the service of the process on their council, they were going to, as it were, advise them not to proceed. But it appears this morning, the Electoral Commission had decided to defy all the processes that we have filed and to go ahead. We want to put it on record. This is just the beginning of a long-drawn battle. It is in the interest of the Commission to have respected the processes of the courts rather than collude with those MPP candidates to do what appears to be purported redeclarations. The Electoral Commission is not learning. Unfortunately, the intransigence, the stubbornness of the commissioners is amazing. The last time, you hardly proceeded to do this declaration on the basis of a court order. Subsequently, that order was set aside and everything that you have done. So sometimes you want to believe that sobriety will be the lot of these commissioners. But they are so much in haste. They are so much in haste. Just
Elsewhere, preparations are in full swing at the Black Star Square in Accra for the swearing-in ceremony of President-elect John Dramani Mahama and Vice President-elect Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman on Tuesday, January 7, 2025. Spokesperson for John Dramani Mahama's transition team, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, provided an update during a press conference on the arrangement for the historic event.
The grounds of Black Star Square venue for the ceremony are being meticulously prepared to ensure a beautifully curated venue for the occasion. This inauguration is particularly historic as it marks the return of a former president to the presidency, accompanied by the swearing-in of Ghana's first female vice president. The Black Star Square will be divided into 3 distinct zones for the event. The primary area for the swearing-in, which will also serve as a parliamentary setting, will be strictly by invitation. This cordoned-off section will host members of parliament, the outgoing president and vice president, visiting heads of state and other dignitaries. Access to this area will require invitation cards, with expectations granted only to a select few. Felix Kwakye is spokesperson for the John Dramani Mahama transition team.
I need to remind the public that this ceremony is a parliamentary session. And that means that Parliament will be relocating its sitting from Parliament House to this square for the swearing-in. So at all material moments, we must bear in mind that it is a parliamentary session, and therefore certain rules apply. In accordance with this, the enclave for the parliamentary sitting will be totally cordoned off. And access to this cordoned off area will be strictly by invitation.
The second zone includes public stands. The ministry's area stand on the left and the Osu area stand on the right, both open to the general public. Security and safety personnel will be on hand to ensure a seamless experience with large LED screens installed to allow attendees to follow the proceedings.
As of now, 10 heads of state, 2 vice presidents, 1 Speaker of Parliament, 2 former presidents, and a host of heads of international organizations, including the Commonwealth, the African Development Bank, and others, have confirmed their participation. Now, as and when more guests confirm their participation, we will make this known to you. So it is entirely possible that these numbers will increase.
Guests are expected to be seated by 8:30 a.m. with the Speaker of Parliament accompanying the President-elect and Vice President-elect to the chamber for the ceremony scheduled to commence at 11 a.m.
Member of Parliament-elect for Asante Akim North Constituency, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, has called on the government to compensate traders of Kantamanto after the fire swept through the market, destroying everything. The Member of Parliament-elect made this appeal when he visited the Kantamanto market to commiserate with the traders affected by the fire.
On Thursday, January 2nd, 2025, hundreds of traders were displaced following a devastating fire that ravaged Kantamanto Market in the central business district of Accra, leaving nearly the entire market reduced to ashes. The blaze caused widespread destruction, with 1 person reported dead and several others collapsing from shock and distress. Days after the incident, the traders put themselves together to rebuild the market. This has attracted the attention of many personalities, including the NDC Vice President-elect, the new force presidential candidates for the 2024 polls, Nana Kwame Bediako, and the Member of Parliament-elect for the Asante Akim North Constituency, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, who have shown support for the victims.
It's a very sad situation, but you know, when accidents happen, it doesn't have dates, it doesn't have time. So regardless of the fact that it's just 2 days after the new year, I mean, accidents can happen anytime. It's a passionate appeal I'm making to them that, look, they should make sure that they get the right person involved when they're doing their electrification. When they're leaving their stores, they want to make sure that they've put their lights off. They want to make sure they've not let any electrical appliance on before they go home.
The Member of Parliament elect for the Asante Achim North, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, also called on government to set up a committee to probe the cause of the fire. Other members of Parliament elect also visited the market to commiserate with the traders.
I will do my possible best to also make arguments and contributions, you know, why they should be aided, so that whatever help that is coming, they do not lack. I'm aware that some other groups have already received assistance. They have not received anything. I don't think that that is a fair distribution of national wealth.
The traders, with or without government support, they will continue to rebuild the market to ensure the land is not taken away from them.
That's all for News at 6. Thanks very much for watching. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more.
And as always, we are your election command center, the climax of the great coverage Ghana decides, and certainly we're up for the dissolution of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. And we, right here, are beginning this coverage. My name is Roland Walker.
And my name is Na Ashoko, and we're here with...
Sorry, it's good to have you guys back.
Absolutely. Great to have you, gentlemen, on the show.
Well, certainly, it also means that for this landmark coverage of the dissolution of the 8th Parliament and the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, a day steeped in democratic significance, we also are going to navigate this transition, also reflect on the legacy of the current Parliament about to be dissolved, its defining moment, and how it has shaped the journey to this new chapter. We'll also explore the priorities of the incoming administration and the parliamentary dynamics that certainly will influence governance in the years ahead. Now, you have to make sure you stay with us for a blend of live update, expert analysis, and voices from across Ghana.
Yes, Roland, today is an important day. Today we reflect on the critical role of Parliament in shaping our democracy, from groundbreaking legislation to contentious debates that defined the past term. We'll also delve into the cultural and symbolic significance of this inauguration, exploring what it means for Ghanaians as a nation united by purpose and progress.
Absolutely not. And what is there more to say? The story of Ghana's parliamentary elections and composition is best understood through the numbers that define it. We'll break down the data behind the key electoral shifts, analyzing trends and their implications for the nation's political future. Join us as we explore the numbers and what they mean for the governance, the country's governance. Live and simulcast on 3FM and on 3news.com. Not forgetting our stream on our Facebook and YouTube platforms. You've got to stay tuned for engaging discussions and insights that set the stage for this new chapter in Ghana's democratic journey.
And as we know, since that, again, declaration by the Electoral Commission, a number of parliamentary seats have been in contestation, so to speak, outstanding until the last few days. And we know that the Electoral Commission has been making a number of rulings. And we know that the High Court's ruling for the Electoral Commission to recollate and subsequently redeclare result in 4 key constituencies have set the stage for fresh controversies, especially as the NDC has filed a notice of appeal against the ruling. Now, despite the appeal, the Electoral Commission proceeded with the recollation, raising questions about the legal and political implications as MPs also rushed to complete their registration ahead of the swearing-in midnight of this 7th of January 2025. Now stay with us as we also unpack these developments and examine what really all these mean for the transition for the next, I have to 16 hours, so to speak. But very important now, and Parkway, so you take a look at when we had that declaration, getting to know the numbers that will be involved in the 9th Parliament and the controversies thereof. It looks like those outstanding constituencies seem to have taken the space in the news segment. Is that not
exactly? You'd expect that by now we'll all be very certain who is getting sworn in for which constituency, but the numbers are still not certain. And, you know, a lot of people are also on edge, you know, wondering how many more seats are going to swing in favor of which party. Earlier, we were trying to work out the percentages or the fraction, if you like, of seats for each side of the House. So what is going to happen for the constituencies which have not been declared?
Well, it means that they have to be recollated. I mean, if you follow the High Court ruling...
In terms of the inauguration today, later.
Yeah, so
today.
The ones that have been recollated and declaration by the Electoral Commission subsequently would have to then, those individuals, go and register. Okay. Because then the Electoral Commission, by way of its own CI and what the rules are, would have to communicate to Parliament that these are the declarations made, and then they have to do the registration. If you register based on the portal or the dashboard that has been given out by Parliament, you get to be part of tomorrow's event.
Yeah. All right.
The drama has been,
tomorrow's event really is also just
ending. I mean, you think or you'd imagine that right after the declaration of President-elect John Dramani Mahama, the drama will simmer down. But what we've seen since the declaration, it's been 3 weeks now. A lot of legal gymnastics, going on at the Supreme Court. We saw that live stream by the Supreme Court declaring. Essentially upholding some of the reliefs that the NDC went to seek in court. And we saw Ejiji Tamaklo being praised by the NDC for being the next Chachu Chikata, So it's been really exciting, from where we stand as media men, monitoring all these developments. I saw the registration roll, and you spoke about that in Parliament. A+, very much excited. He, together with other new entrants who had gone into Parliament to, register through the portal, to make their way into Parliament. And just, I think yesterday also, we saw that statement coming from the National Democratic Congress from the President-elect, essentially, urging the NDC MPs to nominate Alban Bagbin for the speakership position. Roland, this must be great news for him.
Well, certainly, he looks like a man who is destined somewhat.
Who's using the word now?
Wow.
He's using the word now.
Wow, Roland.
He's a man of destiny, right?
Yeah, he looks like a man who is destined. And just before we came on air, we were talking about how him, Nana Dudako Kufuor, had persevered and gotten, and then John Dramani Mahama
as well,
who somehow roped in and now looks like a man of destiny.
So we could actually,
so 3 men of destiny. Over the last, I have to say, over 8 years.
Right,
yeah,
right,
8 years.
Right.
But he's been an outstanding Speaker of Parliament. In terms
think
of the
so?
way he,
I think so.
Yes,
I think so.
Of course.
Tell me about it.
Well, in terms of the way he's conducted the House, I mean, if for nothing at all, over the last couple of months, since the controversies about vacant seats and so on, we have looked up to him or to him to be able to deliver very wise decisions on how the House ought to be conducted.
In your estimation. In your estimation.
Do you think otherwise?
In your estimation.
Do you
the
think otherwise?
NPP doesn't agree with you, and Palgrave is here. I'm sure he won't exactly agree with you.
Palgrave will speak when we come to him. But we have hoped that he'll be able to keep calm in the House while the courts do their work. And so it would appear to me that he has done a significantly good job.
But guys, he wasn't exactly popular in the very
beginning.
few, very beginning of his speakership. Even within the National Democratic Congress, there were people who were not exactly excited about how he was going about things. I know people who openly criticized him, as well as the Haruna leadership then. But he's grown to become the favorite of the National Democratic Congress, right?
Well, as you gentlemen have said, he is a man of destiny.
But I think that, significantly, if you were a member of Parliament and you take a look at the number of speakers we've had, him and Dowaja were members of Parliament.
Absolutely.
You tend to have a lot more control, nuance in terms of history as well. Because, the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic, we had Justice D.F. Annan, had been a long-standing advisor for what at the time they called chairman of the PNDC, and subsequently transitioned and did that. And then subsequently, when we transitioned into the Fourth Republic, we also had Peter Lajete, Bejina Sechi Hughes also coming in, Bamford Ado, and a number of them also. But look, it is the significance of the role they play that's very important. I think if you are a member of Parliament, you transition out of that Parliament and become the Speaker, it helps for you to get to know the nuances. And that's why I think that for many people who are thinking, even if I have to extend that to the First Lady, Rebecca Kufuor, who said the Speaker of Parliament should have stopped the jabs from the minority spokesperson, that's the second minority leader, so to speak, deputy minority leader, so to speak. You find that they tend to have a lot of relationship with the members of Parliament. They tend also to empathize and appreciate the positions that the various sides, especially the minority side, find themselves. And you'll find that in this parliament, Afenyo Makin is now transitioning from just being the majority leader
to becoming minority leader.
And then also you look at the way the minority are not going to have their way in this parliament. You'll find that he will be more empathetic towards them.
And I think it's good news. I mean, for a man who once upon a time wanted to become president, not the very favorite of then President, you know, John Dramani Mahama, we do recall a number of press conferences he held, criticizing the John Dramani Mahama administration and saying how difficult it was for him then to even access the presidency, you know, raised concerns about people like Randy Abe, who he thought, you know, were a hindrance to himself wanting to see the president. And, you know, it looks like a few years down the line, he's become a favorite of the NDC. That's significant. And when you read that letter by John Dramani Mahama's office yesterday, I think it was quite significant. He did talk about the fact that in this current dispensation we find ourselves, in this political environment we find ourselves, we needed a man with the level of experience and finesse and know-how like, you know, Alban Sumana Bagbin to lead affairs in Parliament, and said this was the time to tinker or to want to experiment with the leadership of Parliament. And so, I mean, that's a feather in his cap.
So you agree that is that a yeoman's job?
Well, that's what John Mahama says, and who am I to disagree with him? You know?
Okay. All right, well, let's take a trip down memory lane, back to that fateful day when the current Speaker of Parliament was sworn in. A few incidents happened in the House. We saw some interesting moments. We saw the military, actually, coming into the House of Parliament. Yes, there on your screens.
Oh, that very infamous event.
That event.
In 2020, I guess.
Yes.
It was early 2021, was it?
No, 2021.
2021.
Yeah, early 2021.
January
2021, right.
2021.
I thought there was a state of emergency then. It should have been declared. But, and it was something I hadn't seen before.
Oh my!
The annals of Ghana's history. But if you take a look at what the responses have been, actually the number, the inordinate responses from the Akufo-Addo-led government as to why they made this happen, I don't know.
This was unfortunate, and I recall the people like the respected Dr. Sam Jonah, you know, in one of his very famous speeches, you know, condemned this invasion by the military in Parliament. I mean, he thought it was quite uncalled for, and I know many other people who, you know, indeed condemned this very, you know, invasion of the military in Parliament. It was an eyesore. It was an eyesore. I mean, who would have thought, Roland, that, you know, that Sumana Bagbin will emerge as Speaker of Parliament when, and it was a very dramatic turn of events.
Look at that. Look
I'm
at
told, Roland.
Yeah.
I'm told that, you know,
do we have some signs? Do we have some sign up on this?
Roland,
is it possible?
I'm told in the printout. In the printout, there was the former Speaker, Michael Kwe, who, you know, in the printout of Parliament, he was there.
That is the well-designed brochure.
Yes, he was the Speaker of Parliament.
Okay,
you know.
Let's try and get some sound up on this and just do the sound recall of.
Fighting. We have nothing to lose. You have a president to swear in. We like it. Keep wasting your own time. You have a president to swear in.
We shall put pepper in your eyes. We shall show you. We shall put.
Who is saying that?
I'm not ashamed. I'm a member of parliament who doesn't understand what is.
Don't trust your own people. You want to rule Ghana.
Members of parliament, you don't understand secret ballots.
As for this stealing, it will choke you. As for this stealing, it will choke you. This stealing will choke you. You think you can steal this one?
2020 elections suggested that there was a net gain for the NDC of over 30, while the NPP experienced a net loss of over 30. You know, after the 2020 elections. And so the numbers in Parliament was almost even. Jachi Kwesen, you recall, at the time, was being prevented from coming into Parliament because the NPP claimed there was an injunction against him. You know, and so at this time, the Clerk of Parliament was the one presiding over Parliament. And this was before the votes for the Speaker. And we know that the NPP had put forward Professor Michael Kwe, a senior, while the NDC had put forward Sumana Kingsford Bagbin.
But amid all this were the background negotiations that were being done.
Right.
You will remember Nanado Dankwe Kufuado in the run-up to the 2020 election had gone to Formina to say that because the Member of Parliament who had decided to abdicate his seat.
Not abdicate. He had decided to go independent because he lost the primary.
So he resigned from the party, so to speak.
No, he didn't. The party had written to say that because he was decided to go independent.
So he left the party.
He had automatically forfeited his membership.
At the time, there were also background negotiations being undertaken by him. Because what was he coming into the Parliament for? As he became the decider, the referee, the ombudsman, the one who will be making the decision, so to speak, he became a very important figure at this point in time, because he became then the 138th Member of Parliament who would decide to do business with either side of the House. And because, logically, where he was coming from was a stronghold of the MPP, he had been an MPP member, so to speak, it also meant that he will have no choice than to do business with the MPP. But then he was holding his cards to his chest. And the background was trying to negotiate to say, and so both sides decided that, look, it looks like your man, we should put him to be the second deputy speaker. And as a result of that, all these also were discussions that created some of these scenes. And I think that if you take a look at where the wind was blowing after the 2020 general elections, the closeness of the seats for the NDC and the MPP in that Parliament, for MENA Member of Parliament,
it had never happened before.
Then we should have seen that, look, we needed to do something about how Parliament needs to be engineered and behave. And I don't know. So at the time we have 137, 137, 1. And there were a lot of commentary. Rashid Rahman, the African Parliamentary Service, for example, had been very on top of his issues about how this created a certain different scenario not envisioned by the framers of the 1992 Constitution. And subsequently we've seen how from this onset the Parliament has behaved, from how they've undertaken e-levy, the ballots being snatched before then, and then the disagreements thereof, the ones even being witnessed the tail end.
And now, you know, the major part of the controversy on that day, it was whether or not to allow a secret balloting process. That became a major topical discussion because it almost looked as if the NDC knew that if it were an open balloting process, it would not go in their favor in terms of who becomes the speaker. For some strange reason, they must have, you know, until date, we do not know who must have voted for who in the NPP must have voted for Speaker Bagbin. You know, I don't know, Roland, has your intel given you any idea to?
Nobody has been able to come out to say, I did. But because it was secret balloting, I think also it gave a lot of confidence to those who may have had difficulties with the Akufo-Addo administration, the way they handled the members of parliament, and then the candidates going into the 2020 general or parliamentary elections. And I think that level of animosity might not have been picked out by the leadership of the party and the president himself, and it ran through the way they will caucus as a majority throughout the period. Because you find that there was even members of parliament of the NPP within the life of this parliament who wanted the finance minister out.
Yeah.
And subsequently, some even lost their primaries.
Right.
Some even losing their seats.
Right, right.
So this was the genesis of many things that also foretold us that the majority at the time, now transitioning out to become the minority, had difficulties that they needed to go and sit in caucus and discuss party issues, and then how they needed to collaborate and then do have a lot of camaraderie among themselves as the majority side.
You know,
Very
there were speculations
for the 8th Parliament.
There were speculations now about who must have, you know, probably voted against the speakership of Aaron Michael Quay. You do recall that, you know, there were accusing fingers being pointed at people like Sarah Drasafo, you know, in the lead up to the elections when, you know, Kenny Jepon had come out to suggest that the speaker then, Aaron Michael Quay, had called on him, Kenny Jepon, to support his son during the primaries, you know, of the NPP.
Yes.
You know, and Ken was like, how could you even imagine contacting me to support your son when, you know, Sarah Drasafo, who we all know has children with me, you know, is also standing. You know, so that became a major peeve. People thought that Drasafo wasn't really happy with, you know, Aaron Michael Quay then, and possibly must have led to her voting against him. But hey, the jury's still out. We're still searching for who. Maybe now knows who must have voted against him. So now I'm going to be taking you through some key highlights of the 8th Parliament. And I must remind you now, and Roland did say that this hung Parliament, there were a lot of expectations, you know, for this hung Parliament. This was historic. We had never seen this, you know, in our 4th Republican history. You know, the closeness of the numbers in Parliament. And many people thought there was going to be a lot more accountability, you know, and there was going to be a lot more scrutiny, you know, of, you know, the sort of, you know, policies that are brought into Parliament. It ended up disappointing a lot more people. People thought that there was so much of collusion between the NDC and the NPP. And that's why we saw even Sami Jainfi then, you do recall, wrote a very, very damning letter, you know, accusing the leadership of the NDC, including the Speaker, you know, for how they conducted their affairs in Parliament. It included how they passed some of this, the ministers who they had earlier said they were not going to, you know, pass, and a lot of other things that happened, you know, at the inception of the, you know, 8th Parliament. So some of the things that happened, we know that it started with a very chaotic inauguration on January 7, 2021, over the election of the Speaker. We've just shown you some pictures of that. There was a rejection of the 2022 budget after the majority walked out. First time in the 4th Republic. We've never seen that before. The delivery of the budget by Osechi Mensah Bonso in place of the then Finance Minister, Kenneth Furiata, who we're told had traveled at the time. We know that 2 senior members of Parliament presided over parliamentary proceedings. Also, we recall the hashtag Kenneth Furiata must go protest by 91 NPP MPs against the finance minister. This was also quite historic. We had never seen such a thing happen before. You know, for 91 MPs, you know, within a sitting government to rise up against their own finance minister. That was historic. It had never happened before in Ghana's history. And maybe it was a sign of things to happen. We also know about the leadership changes that, you know, occurred in both the majority and the minority caucuses within a space of 2 months. I'll start off with that of the NDC, where we saw, you know, a letter just been released, you know, in the media space announcing changes to the leadership, which was then headed by Haruna Idrisu. Of course, we know the Asawazi MP, Muntaka Mubarak, also was part of the leadership. Was, I think, the minority chief whip at the time. And we know what happened, you know, in the north, the protests that greeted this decision. You know, the elders of the National Democratic Congress had to come together, you know, to ensure some sanity, because, you know, people in the north were completely, you know, outraged about the decision of the leadership of the party to you know, occasion these changes at the leadership level. We also know about the introduction of new standing orders that occurred. The president's refusal to assent to the anti-LGBTQ plus bill. We know about the repeal of the LI 246 following public concerns. These are a number of of things that happened, in the 8th Parliament. We know about the Supreme Court annulling the Speaker's ruling of 4 seats based on Article 97, 1, G and H. These happenings occurred in the dying embers of last year, where, between November and December, there was a lot of heat in the House of Parliament, back and forth. The Supreme Court had to sit on this matter. And then we know that also for the very first time, a caucus failed to honor their own parliamentary recall under the Fourth Republic. We know about the hung parliament's dynamics with 137 seats and 1 independent MP, which has been a major feature of the 8th Parliament. And then also the controversial passage of the e-levy after very heated debate and protests. We know also about the formation of ad hoc committees for investigations and oversight, and then also the rigorous scrutiny of government appointments during vetting processes. So this is just a few of the features of the 8th Parliament. Not a very, very exciting Parliament. We saw lots of hopes and expectations. Many felt their hopes and expectations of the Parliament was dashed. But now you seem to have thought that this was one of the most performing parliaments we've seen.
Well, I think it's been one of the most interesting parliamentary.
You call it interesting?
I think I call it interesting because of some of the highlights you've mentioned. I think we did not add the vacancies.
No, we did. The Supreme Court annulled the Speaker's ruling of 4 seats based on Article 97.
Exactly. Yeah. I think some of these incidents have given us the opportunity to reconsider some of our legislation and some of the processes through which matters like vacant seats should be handled. The back and forth between who has the power to declare seats vacant, whether it's the High Court or the Supreme Court, whether the Speaker has any say in it at all, whether or not one side of the House can decide that they are not going to return to the House because they are not in agreement with a position that the Speaker has taken and so on. I think this entire electoral process, from the vacant seats issue, straight down to the current controversies on who's going to be sworn in for which constituency, coalition and recoalition and so on. All of these issues have given us an opportunity to re-look at our electoral process. Some have called for an electoral reform. Some have called for stricter or clearer regulations, so to speak, on whether or not Parliament is autonomous by itself and does not or should not rely on decisions on the Supreme Court or on the Judiciary, really, on how it should run its affairs or how it should run its matters. So I think that, all in all, the happenings in this Parliament has allowed us to think through the many, if you like, rules of the House and legislation which need to be reconsidered. I was listening to some panelists discussing, I think a couple of days ago, about specifically the recoalition exercises that have happened and what it would mean for the gazetting process. So we know that, okay, so before the swearing in today, all of the newly elected members of Parliament need to be gazetted by the Electoral Commission, and then the Speaker will swear them in and so on. Now, we've seen different people declared at different times. And this pundit was asking if all of the people who were declared were gazetted at the time, because this is not information which is available to us, were gazetted after their declarations, and whether they can sue, because if they were gazetted, that they were the winners of those various constituencies, then the recollation which we have seen has not been provided for by our electoral laws. The recollation exercises which have happened are actually unconstitutional or unlawful, and so they can go to court and ask for the people who have been sworn in, the members of parliament who have been declared not sworn in.
And that's assuming that assuming without admitting that they've been gazetted.
Assuming that they have been gazetted. And I thought it was an interesting, conversation. But if anything at all, it allows us to really look at our electoral process and probably consider some reforms.
Right. Very, very interesting from now. But, you know, Roland, I see you with a number of guests or panelists seated, and I know you're going to be taking over from us shortly. I do not think that, in all honesty, if you asked Roxin Dafiamekbo whether or not in his lifetime he would like to see another hanged parliament, you would say yes to it, especially if his party is in power. You know, it's very exciting when you're in opposition and you have that hanged parliament situation. But, you know, when you're in power and you have the closeness of numbers, you know, and you see what happened in this 8th parliament, I don't think that he or, you know, anyone within the NDC would like to see that happen. Roland?
Well, it will be quite an interesting response from him if we pose that question. And we know that a number of them are already in the studio. We'll be introducing them. But it also speaks to the broader conversation as to what the framers of our Constitution had envisaged could be the smooth transition of the various parliaments in the Fourth Republic. And so if you look at the various articles of the Constitution on how it needs to take care of this, being composed, so to speak, and subsequently as using the Constitution as it is. But there are also related issues and lessons that could be learned from the 8th Parliament, the composition especially, and when in our history we are also likely to witness a very close numbers in the Parliament of Ghana again. And I think that the discussants, those who were observing the governance and politics of our country, thought that maybe the close numbers will enable us have a very strong parliament. But I think the word, or the best word to describe it, was that it's been more chaotic than anything. We'll see how that goes. But let's do some discussions with some great people who are already here. We'll spend an hour or two with them. And Member of Parliament for South Dying, and also the MP-elect. So he will be again sworn in the 9th Parliament as well. That will be, I believe, the midnight. So after midnight, we're going to have them seated, but the swearing in should have been done by then or the beginning of that period. That will be the 7th of January. But we're here, the 6th of January. And we're building up to that dissolution of the 8th Parliament. And Roxin Nelson Dapamako has joined us. Good morning to you, Roxin.
Good morning, Roland, and good morning to my brother.
Yeah, Dr. Park watching
yes. He's been to court. He's been to court severally in this matter. And senior. It's been a long while. You'll be on the other side. My brother, good morning. And good morning to our viewers, right, especially my people in Southern. Piki Pali Tongo.
Tongo, okay.
Yes.
Parliament. Yes. You haven't mentioned Parliament?
No, Pali is Parliament.
Okay.
That's a short form.
All right. So next to him is Dr. Pagwe Wachidankwa, the outgoing spokesperson of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government on governance and security.
We'll maintain.
To be maintained by the John Mahama government. Is that what you said?
We'll maintain.
All right. And then also, lawyer Pia Dankwa has joined us. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Happy New Year to you.
And Dr. Ali Nyaba is with the Department for Political Studies and History. So he's a political scientist, KNUST. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Nice to see you in the studio once again. Pagwe, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Happy New Year, Roland.
Yeah.
You look smart.
We'll maintain.
Yeah, those pictures were showing the chaotic scenes that we witnessed. Was it on the 7th of January?
Yeah, the dawn of the 7th.
7th of January, 2020.
So
2021.
Tonight, crossing over tomorrow.
Did you see yourself there? Or
yes,
you were in the mix there?
Yes,
what really happened?
I was actually in the forefront. Now, what happened was, there was a stalemate regarding the nature of the balloting. The Constitution is very clear that the election of the Speaker will be done by the members of Parliament in a secret ballot. Now, the retained government at the time, the NPP, decided to do what we call grandstanding, and were whipping their members to the effect that they must show their vote. And remember, they had nominated or renominated Speaker Michael Quay to be elected to continue with his speakership rules. And we have countered it with the nomination of Speaker Bagbin. So it was a straight fight between, it was a two-horse race. So I could understand the government at the time and their side in Parliament at the time that they needed to secure the mandate for Speaker Okwe. But we insisted, we knew that if they had to show the ballot, then those we thought would have done otherwise by voting for Bagbin wouldn't be able to, because you cannot display your ballot openly and be spared by the whipping system of the government. So we insisted. It generated a lot of heat. Simply, there was a deadlock. So somehow, of course, policemen, normally in these matters, you see the parliamentary police units will do their job. And
the parliamentary police unit?
Yes.
What about the marshal's office?
Yes, of course.
They all work together?
Yes, they work together. Now, the marshal is the parliamentary officer that takes charge of security within the presence of parliament. And over time, we have seen the need to actually create a police division for parliament.
So there's a post?
There's a police post. No, it used to be police post. Now it's a whole division. Yes, headed by...
Because of the security...
No, because of the numbers, and people are beginning to appreciate that parliament is actually one of the organs of state, and you can't just put a police post there, because there were a lot of issues. And the numbers in terms of the parliamentary service staff, parliament, the numbers are now large.
The people who come
trooping
daily.
Yes. So the police were in charge. And yet somehow we have it on record that 2 ministers of state and some other person signaled the head of the presidential military detachment, headed by then Colonel Punamani, to storm parliament.
The colonel who was behind,
yeah,
I think
eventually. No, I hear Brigadier General now.
Brigadier. He was the last soldier who was behind the president.
Yes.
I just want to avert people's minds.
Yes. Now, he stormed parliament with about 25 military men, hooded.
Brigadier General Punamani.
Then Colonel Punamani, hooded, because he had a walking stick at the time. The soldiers were hooded. You couldn't tell who was who. They didn't wear their name tags. In full military regalia, with guns. And so this matter, one of the first things I will be doing in the next parliament is to move a motion for parliamentary inquiry into this. Crime does not rot.
You will move a motion for what happened?
For this incident to be
in the 8th Parliament.
In the 9th Parliament. This incident,
you will do that in the 9th Parliament?
I will do that in the 9th Parliament.
Why?
It will be one of the... Look, this matter must be gone into and a report prepared to guide future occurrences in this nature. We cannot allow this to slide. Otherwise, the precedent that this sets is absolutely unacceptable. So they came. We resisted them, and after about 1 hour, that was me. I'm the chap in braces, and I think it was at this point that I was tased, the electronic gadget that subdues. So I collapsed for about 2 hours, according to my colleagues. They carried me into my seat. Then we were occupying the majority side of the house because there was a stalemate, and we came early. And we came early. We were in all white, and the MPP came later. When they came, we had occupied the majority side. Now it was 137, 137. and to sit at the right side of the speaker or the left side of the speaker was a matter of
I can
numbers.
see you're throwing blows.
Yes, we were resisting them.
So you see your body?
Yes, no, and fist. At this time, we were singing, we will resist oppressors' rule, amongst other things, you know. So that was what happened. But eventually, calm was restored, and the voting took place. And in the course of the voting, one of our colleagues, Honorable Carlos Ahinkra, decided to do the unthinkable, grab some number of ballots. After we had voted and the counting was ongoing, they realized that they are lost. Because if you saw the size of the ballots, he grabbed the ballots and absconded. And absconded from the counting area.
Has he ever told us why he did that?
I think later on we got information, unconfirmed though, that he was prodded by one of their leaders to do that.
To create the chaotic scene?
No, to actually do that and cause a stampede. Because they are lost, they realize that they are lost. Because it's been counted. Okwe's ballot had been counted. Okwe was the one that was counted first. So once we counted Okwe, we did the mathematics and realized that we will surely prevail.
Okay.
So they did that so that the ballots that would have given Speaker Bagbin the edge couldn't be found.
Right.
So what will happen? There will be a rerun. And if there's a rerun now, they would have ensured that all their members now were equipped to vote for them. So we declared the results. Whether or not we found those ballots, we declared it based on Okwe's numbers. Okwe got, I think, 136.
In Ghanaian parlance, that was Takashi from both sides.
No, we were resisting the entry of the military. And so under the Constitution, we are enjoined to resist oppressors' rule and ensure the order of constitutionality.
There was no oppressor there. Who was
why?
oppressor?
The military, the
it was
oppressors.
a bit abnormal.
For 2 hours, the oppressors. You saw the resistance from the civilian MPs.
Palgrave, do you, in our minds as stakeholders, media and governance people, we thought that the MPP side, of course, there was a stalemate, 137, but having the Fomena member of parliament who was holding the card as to how he was going to play, certainly we will play by the rules and caucus with the MPP side at the time, and we're using these lexicons, so to speak, the MPP side, the NDC side at the time. Do you think it was important for the NDC side to also try to shove into your face, that is the MPP side at the time, to also put forward Abang Bagbin, who subsequently became speaker, knowing that, well, we had seen that there was 137 Fomena, even though had not declared at this time he would caucus with the MPP, the talk in the media and the discussions were that, I mean, touch wood, he certainly would have to. Otherwise, his seat would not be guaranteed in the next parliament as well. Do you think it was important for them to put forward Speaker Bagbin as well?
Well, Roland, I think that every part of the chamber had a right to put forward whosoever they felt would be good to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. And much as our side, which is the MPP, had put forward Speaker Michael Quay, the NDC also had a right to put forward who they felt would be good as Speaker. And for me, the issues that happened at the very commencement of the 8th Parliament shouldn't have happened. The invasion of the Ghana Armed Forces shouldn't have happened. It cast a dent on our democracy, and it causes a lot of fear and panic in terms of future events. And it's important that we try not to repeat that. This 8th Parliament has been a very interesting Parliament. I'm very certain that Speaker Michael Quay, Speaker Bagbin, both of them would have had their own teething challenges, regardless of who sat on the seat as Speaker. And very clearly, you saw how Speaker Bagbin administered the 8th Parliament, his own teething challenges, and how he sought to rise above to become the third most important person in terms of our entire governance structure, and how at some stages we realized by observation, and I'm sure some Ghanaian people did as well, that he played a lot of patriotic speakering, but also a bit more partisan in other matters as it relates to the forward movement of the House. But be it as it may, we are where we are today. The 8th Parliament is coming to an end. They have served very well. They have aided in government being able to run operationally government business. There were some challenges that government had to face, especially in that parliament, sending a number of government businesses and how all of that were still made all throughout the processes. But for me, as a governance person, this deepens a lot more of democratic ends. And also, like the Honorable Dafiamepo stated, people are gradually realizing that Parliament is indeed a part of the value chain of governance. I mean, the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, and reinforcing that, especially in this 4th Republic. And so reflecting for me on this 8th Parliament, the do's, the don'ts, what could have been done better. I'm sure that in the 9th Parliament, which the NDC has that majority, they will not abuse that. And it would be interesting to see how Speaker Bagbin would be leading in this 9th Parliament.
There's a significant question about the president at the time being the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces and having this happening at the time with key personnel coming from the Jubilee House. Also speaks about perhaps what could have been done by way of a decision from the presidency or not regarding this, knowing that he's not only a president, he's also been a member of parliament before, has been a significant political actor in the space.
Yeah, so let me take this opportunity to wish your lovely viewers Happy New Year, good morning, Happy New Year, and my colleagues.
We haven't met this New Year.
Yeah,
Happy New Year.
I wish Happy New Year earlier. You didn't respond, strangely.
Yeah, like 10,000 messages. This
I can imagine. My very good friend, Honorable Dafiamepo, Happy New Year. And,
thank you.
Grace and
my senior in law school.
Oh, really?
From faculty to Makola.
Yeah,
Yes.
my very good friend.
Yes.
Right.
So you were just a year behind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You have
Like
208.
Yeah, 208.
And so 204 to 208. And we were 205 to 209.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
Roland likes year before, year behind.
Yeah.
You see, Roland, to answer your question, I think the unfortunate incidents that day set the tone for what will go down in history as the worst period of leadership this country has ever faced, and also exposed the lack of fidelity by people you'd expect or who are taking an oath to be faithful to Ghana, not just to our democratic values, but also to the preservation of this democracy that we have. Roland, have you thought what could have happened if something had tweaked in the mind of
one of the
militiaman
to shoot?
Even if you shoot, every life is important. But if he had taken a gun, cocked the gun, and said, "Listen, I'm taking over the country,"
could have happened.
Yeah.
Say that again.
I said, can you imagine what would have happened?
That's why I said it was a military meeting.
If something had tweaked in the mind of the colonel, if let's say he sees an opportunity to advance himself, taking the gun, cocked it, said, "Listen, I've taken over the country."
With all our parliamentarians and representatives there.
What could he have done? My brother here is talking about, and he said where he himself was tased, and then it took him 2 hours to recover. You understand?
Chaotic.
Yeah, and you see that unfortunate incident, that clear lack of responsibility by whoever. I shouldn't say by whoever, because we have just one commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. We have just one commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. The fact that after that, nobody found it, or the commander-in-chief didn't see the need to cause an inquiry and cause people to be held accountable for that unfortunate incident. That incident that threatened to cause a disruption of this our fourth Republican dispensation. And that unfortunate incident set the tone for this calamity of a leadership that should never be allowed to happen. I can go on and on. So, Commander-in-Chief, first day, he sleeps, soldier, military men enter parliament, defiling essentially this democracy. Defiled our democracy.
Defiled?
Yeah,
Yes.
it defiled our democracy. In fact,
the lawyer, when you say defilement, it has significant.
Yeah. In fact, you want me to use rape?
To rape our democracy.
Yeah. But I'm telling you that, imagine what could have happened if something tweaked in the mind of the colonel. At least I'm taking, and it could have happened because he just exposed. What they did was to just expose this democracy, questioning their fidelity to this democracy. And that's why I'm saying that people who are taking an oath, because we have just one commander-in-chief. We don't have two commander-in-chiefs. We have just one commander-in-chief. Now, let's say that he was taken by surprise. Did the terms of the oath he took, did it not cause him to cause an inquiry into why this defilement was allowed to happen, and why nobody was held accountable for why it happened? And for me, it set the tone. It set the tone for the clear lack of commitment in the implementation of the energy sector recovery program after they had spent our state money to go, and then it set a tone for the disaster in the president reneging on his obligation as a trustee in terms of managing what's called minerals and environmental integrity. It led it set a tone for the destruction of our economy, and set a tone for everything that's happened in the past 4 years, which should never ever be allowed to happen to Ghana. So at least we have an example of what can happen to you, what can befall a nation if a non-leader, if somebody who does not really have commitment to his words is allowed to lead. And we should never allow this ever again to happen to this country.
Dr. Alinya, but for you, from the governance and the political history side, people will say this set the tone for a very rank-cross parliament. Because from here, 2021, we had to approve our ministers. The finance minister, for example, we had to wait for him, even for his vetting to be undertaken. The budget that he had, and that was just 2 or 3 months down the lane when this incident happened, we had to wait for him, and instead we had the majority leader at the time now come to read the budget for us. There were issues about e-levy, a number of censure of the finance minister again, a lot of activities that were witnessed here. On the governance side, do you think that this and a number of these incidents and this parliament will go down in history in the Fourth Republic as perhaps an institution that we can take a lot of lessons from?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to be here again.
Thank you, thank you. Great to have you.
Happy New Year.
How's KNUST?
Yeah, we are all fine. Everything is great there, yeah. So I think there are two things here. The first is that the situation was quite novel to us as Ghanaians, and in the political science laboratory, I think it was essential for us to learn, as much as it came with its challenges. Somehow what happened was not preempted. It was an accident, and it came as a result of the peculiar situation. We haven't had a seemingly hung parliament before. It was the first time we had gotten ourselves in that situation. So the minority began to fancy its chances of bringing somebody for the first time who was not part of the ruling government's party to, because at a point in time, I must emphasize this, that the NDC felt they had won the parliamentary elections, and they were going to...
For a majority, you mean?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
They thought that they had the majority in parliament.
Yes,
I'm even talking about leading up to the declaration of the results, before the swearing in.
You are right. You are right.
They felt that they were envisaging that they were going to get a majority.
However slim that was.
in parliament. So, yeah, they started playing their cards. If we get a majority, what were some of the things that we could do? Could we bring our person as a speaker? So, for the first time, the group from the other side, who were not going to govern, who didn't win the presidential election, started fancying its chances in parliament. How they
started dreaming.
Exactly. How they can also control that side of government so that they can be relevant, moving into the next phase of
the governance period.
Exactly. So it was an accident, let me put it that way. I'm talking about the unfortunate incidents that happened in the whole swearing-in thing, and the election of the speaker was an accident. But it was essential for the development of our democracy. We should be grateful that we've been able to overcome that challenge. If you are in government, you would say that it was a very challenging moment for you, for the executive, you understand. Sometimes they had to call people from their sick beds to come to parliament to ensure that government business goes on. So it was a very challenging.
You can be specific.
Yes.
People were on stretchers. Is it a hunter? Yeah, a hunter. Is it a hunter? A hunter MP? Hunter?
Yes.
So, it's Kwajo.
Yeah. So it was a very challenging moment for especially the government in power. It was a very interesting moment for the minority, who made sure that they were very relevant throughout the 4 years, because they almost controlled parliament by having somebody from their side as a speaker, and almost the same number as the majority in
Would
parliament.
you say that what was envisioned, that this will become a very strong parliament, etc., was seen? Did they play out really?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. But it engendered consensus building.
More than other parliaments? More
than other parliaments. Not necessarily. It did not play out in a manner. The government was still able to bulldoze its way to pass unpopular bills like the e-levy, even though with a slim margin. But what I said is that it has helped build our democracy. You see, we had not experienced a hung parliament before. We went to it. Ghanaians were very excited and expectant that it was going to reflect in the governance, because the NDC, on their part, were also expected to be very objective. You understand? So it did not only take the government to make the hung parliament relevant to the governance of the winning government at that time. It took the opposition too. So I don't think they also played their role very well, because they did not necessarily act objectively throughout. They were a bit partisan with some of their things.
The NDC side, right?
Yes, exactly.
Minority,
as if they wanted to frustrate government business, you understand? So it is not a blame game. We are not looking at any side of, but I would say overall,
lessons learned.
It is essential for the development of our budding democracy. We are just 32 or more years into the Fourth Republic, and this is the longest run we have had. We hope to emulate democracies like America and democracies like in the Western world. Then we must grow in all facets. We shouldn't just have a one line. So the hung parliament seems to have provided us something to learn from, and it's essential.
Now, Mr. Dapampo, so we've come to the point where post-election, we've had redeclarations made, and so the MPs-elect are now going to, Patrick Boama is coming back, Charles Forson of Tema Central, a number of them. Usually, what's the procedure? You guys go and register, and so is it the EC that has to then after you people have registered your bulk in terms of, and they are late entrants, what happens?
Let me say two things quickly in response to Doc. Then
Just make it snap.
Yes. One, Doc, you are a political science lecturer. You know, the Constitution, it's only Parliament as an organ of state where the Constitution permits political parties to sponsor candidates. So Parliament is a very partisan place. I think people try to forget this. Parliament is very partisan. It's populated by political parties who are espousing different political ideologies. Exactly. So where programs from government constituted by one political party, in the opinion of the minority or other parties, are injurious to the interests of the people, generality of the people, we have a right to oppose it. That cannot be frustrating government business. A lot of businesses, e-levy, government itself has gone round and reduced the rate. A lot of other programs. So I want to say that, yes, by all means, build consensus, but consensus building will emanate from the conduct of the person in charge. When you listen to the Honorable Apenyumakin lately, you will see that those comments will not engender the minority as we are to build consensus with him. So we must all be guided going forward. Now, in respect of your question, yes, they may have been declared and maybe may go through the registration. Myself, I have not registered. I have been so busy. Okay. I am here to go and register. I did the online. We were sent the online link. And so I'll go and do the manual verification and conclude that. But NDC has fundamental problems with the declaration that occurred yesterday. MPP, you, Paul Grave, you went to court to say that, for instance, in Tema Central, the returning officer, the person who did the declaration in favor of Honorable Ebi Bright, was not the accredited EC officer. So that declaration should be declared unlawful. All right? And that the process leading to the collation and the declaration were chaotic. And so the police should provide security. The court says, fine. Go and collate those two disputed outstanding pink sheets. All right? You, the returning officer, the accredited returning officer for Tema Central, go and do the collation in pursuance, because they cited the law that in pursuance of Regulation 2 and Regulation 3 of CI 127, particularly in sub-regulation 2 of 3, it is the returning officer's duty to declare, not even EC commissioner sitting in Accra. Then you are granted this order. Then the Electoral Commission uses a different person yesterday to handle the collation and the declaration. So what? So it means the matters that you deposed to in court, to which the court agreed.
So who was used yesterday?
They used the one Chum something. I don't know.
Francis
his name. Francis Chum. He's not.
But he's a deputy returning officer.
Yes, but the deputy returning officer is not the returning officer.
The one who did the declaration is the regional.
No, the one who did the declaration for on the 9th of December 2024 was the Metro Director for Tema West. And the Metro Director for Tema East actually deposed to the court that he authorized him to do so because his life was under a threat. So how does a court order you to do a thing in accordance with a certain directive, specific court orders, and you decided to do not in accordance with the court order? How do you expect the NDC to respect that? In any case, they didn't invite our candidate for Tema Central. EC sent a message 4:03 p.m. on Saturday, whilst we were in court, that she should appear 5 p.m. for collation on Saturday. When she got there was no action. She came back home, only for EC to do collation on Sunday without recourse to her. I think the NDC should be happy. In any case, we filed court processes almost immediately and served the EC's lawyer. And yet the EC decided to proceed So when things happen like this, it's as if when the NPP desires something, it must at all costs be done.
But why do you say that?
But I have to say that. I sincerely have to say that. Because it appears the EC is doing the bidding of the NPP and not doing the bidding in the interest of law. Because if the law is to be respected, then court processes must also be respected until the rights are settled. Because we have competing rights. We have said that those two pink sheets were fabricated, clearly. So how do you collate a disputed pink sheet? You can't collate it. It has to be tried. There has to be a trial regarding its authenticity or otherwise. So my party has issued clear statement on the matter. This morning we are back in court, but we'll see how it goes. The Parliament will be advised.
You are back in court, but you see how it goes.
No,
how the two statements could terminate?
No, we are back in court. We filed an appeal. We filed an application for stay. We are filing other processes today. And so, to the extent that I don't know that the Saturday ruling, for instance, which the EC has purportedly proceeded to do what they did yesterday, has been served on Parliament, the clerk to Parliament. Because it's an order that must be served on the clerk to Parliament for the clerk to Parliament to perhaps act accordingly. And I don't know, within all this controversy, the EC may advise Parliament regarding the supposed outcome of what they did yesterday. So where we are, I can envisage that there will be some problems with those constituencies that are in dispute.
I don't understand. What would they be? They've been declared by the Electoral Commission. So just
hold on. Do you know how many?
Please,
hold on.
Let me ask my question.
Okay.
They've been declared by the Electoral Commission.
Yeah.
Just like the way you were given a link to register online, they will also be given links, not barring any communication from the Electoral Commission that they've not been re-elected. Okay. So subsequently, they will go and do the physical registration just like you would do. Okay. So what are you saying?
Do you know how many times Electoral Commission has declared the Central results, for instance? EC declared it, whether accredited EC officer or not, declared it on the 9th of 9th December. It's been set aside. Charles Forcing got declared on the 17th of December at EC office in Reach. It's been set aside. The third one was done yesterday. So who says that that too will not be set aside? That is why I'm saying there's a controversy in respect of all the seats that we have, about 9 seats.
So anything can happen?
Panda is in court. Fantiakwa North is in court. He secured even an ex parte injunction, but there was an application that was heard yesterday, ruling to be delivered today to set aside that ex parte grant of injunction that will last for 10 days. Akwetia is in court. Obuasi East is in court. The Chiman South is in court. Tema Central is in court. Ablekuma North, we are in court. Okankwe Central, we are in court. You understand?
So the question I asked you,
yes.
Would they register and be in that chamber when, because this is what we're doing. We're looking at your election command center.
Trobu is in court. Trobu is also in court.
We're going live. We'll make sure that the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, we're going to cover it.
Yes.
When we're covering that 9th Parliament, of which you will be a member, would they be in that chamber?
I am unable to tell because Parliament has been served with all these court processes, including including some injunctions, lawfully.
And we're going to have the same speaker again. So anything can happen.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
When is Parliament going to be dissolved?
Midnight of tonight.
Not this morning?
No.
You haven't gotten any communication there?
Technically, the business on the floor for the 9th Parliament may commence 10 a.m. today, and by 12 p.m. That is the program I have. By 12
You mean
PM,
the 8th Parliament?
The House, by 12 p.m., the House may be adjourned, okay. Now, in terms of constitutional language, the life of the Parliament will come to an end midnight tonight. So, any matter could arise after 12 midday for Parliament to reconvene and consider. That is why I don't want to be specific that by midday, Parliament will be
Or even before midday?
Or even before midday. But constitutionally speaking, the life will end at midnight Then the new parliament will be ushered in with programs and activities to elect a new speaker and all the and the two deputies, first and second.
You nearly entered parliament. You lost the primary though. That's not to spite you in any way. So it means that the next parliament will expect you there. But learning from all these, what do you think that significantly bodes well or not in relation to the post-election disputes and the contestations thereof?
Roland, you are interesting.
The man doesn't wish you well. He's not wishing you good luck the next time.
No, I say I expect to see him in the 10th parliament, certainly.
Okay. That means good luck.
Roland,
Good luck.
interesting. But you know, it's interesting. I was in court during the hearings, and it's interesting that even when the judge had not finished his processes, we noticed that the NDC had already prepared an appeal. Lawyer, is that correct?
But that's what a good lawyer does.
Okay.
You see, let me do this.
Please.
Every good lawyer, because you don't have the ability to predict a judge. If you do that, then you are not practicing law.
Okay.
So if you know, and you know the exigencies of the time. In fact, the senior who taught me, Charles Haibo, he taught me that anytime you are doing a matter and there's a ruling that is very critical, always prepare your appeal. Okay. And always cite the omnibus ground that the ruling is against the weight of evidence. That's all. Okay. You can amend it later.
So it's not untoward?
Okay. No, it's not untoward. At all.
Not untoward.
At all. Okay. It's my senior.
Because I saw that Eduju was being trolled on social media. So that's
no. That's what you do.
It's fine. So very clearly, we as a new patriotic party and even as a government, we abide by the rule of law. You remember that these issues.
You see, this cliche that you abide by rule of law. You don't.
Of course, we abide. Of course, we abide.
You don't.
Don't become the Kamaldeen of today.
Of course. Of course, we abide. We abide by the rule of law. And I mean, events following this parliamentary elections very, very keenly contested. And to note that in parliamentary elections, a +1 is a victory. And so you could have very close results from both political parties. But once one emerges with a +1, you are the MP elect. And we saw all of the issues gone to court, gone to Supreme Court. Supreme Court has referred it to the High Court. I followed the discussions that came from the MPP side, from the NDC side, and how the judge asked that the Electoral Commission recollates and recounts. And if you look at how close the figures were, and the figures have been, it's in no doubt that it was being contested. But for us as a new patriotic party, we were very clear in our minds that these seats, the Chiman South has been blue and is blue, Okankwe Central has been blue and is blue, Tema Central has been blue and is blue. Ablekuma North. I don't
understand because not because
always MPP seats. Not because of course we've lost some seats.
So as a matter of rights?
Yes, not a right. No.
So what are you saying?
As a matter of the mandate of what the Ghanaian people voted on the 7th of December, we were clear that these seats were won to the New Patriotic Party and that the numbers were not going to change, because we had seen how electoral officers were forced, coerced, pushed, even their security, their risk involved, their family, their children threatened, that if you don't declare this to the NDC, your sleeping places will change and all of those other things. So my brother, Roland, let's be real with ourselves. This is a law-abiding country. I am in no doubt in my mind that these persons that have been declared, recollated, and have won these seats and are MP elect for Techiman South, for Okankwe Central, for Tema Central. I'm in no doubt in my mind that they will be sworn in this 9th Parliament. If the appeal they can still go to court and have all of those issues. It's their right. It's not, no one is taking those rights away from them. But it's important that we learn from hindsight of what happened in the 8th Parliament in terms of the beginning of it, and caution those that have not been declared in recent times, as of yesterday or even before the 9th Parliament is sworn in. You have no right getting into the presence of Parliament because you are not an MP elect. So if you were an MP elect 2-3 weeks ago, before these court hearings and before the reconciliation, you have lost those grounds, you've lost those rights. So there's no need for you to marshal your supporters and put on social media that, yes, I'm going to Parliament. You would be embarrassed. I mean, because you see...
By soldiers,
No, what soldiers? You'll be embarrassed by the democracy. There's no need for soldiers. There's no need at all. There's no need at all. You understand? You will be embarrassed. And so let's have the serenity. They have the majority that they have in Parliament. They should be allowed to go into that majority. We have our numbers. So far, it's about 88 for the New Patriotic Party, 183 for the NDC. There are 4 independent candidates that I'm sure they are yet to decide where they would fall in terms of which side of the house they'll do business with. I would have wished that they stay independent in this Parliament. That's the truth. I would wish that they stay independent. It's important that we have independence in Parliament. I mean, Doctor, you know, it's important. Now, it's important we have independence in Parliament.
Was it important
Restrain yourself.
for that to be independent?
It is very, very important. I mean, I think that we should have 4 independent members. They should remain independent.
Who act independent.
They should act independent and try to swing.
Take notes.
Yes, he said he has a meeting this morning at 8 a.m. I think it's almost like about 5 minutes. He has a meeting.
He said the MPP side have quoted him
with the NDC caucus.
He's giving them his own terms.
I've seen the terms that he has put in place. But I mean, for me, I think that in the beauty of democracy, the MPP should have our numbers. I'm sure we'll have about 89 by close of day when Ablekumanov is also done. And then NDC would have their 183 and 4 independents. Those 4 independents, they should stay independent.
They shouldn't try to...
They should stay independent.
Threat on grounds that they are not expected.
No,
right?
they should stay independent.
Right. But Lawyer Pierre Dankwa, the problem is, even in his response, those declared 3 weeks ago to be MPs elect, 2 weeks ago to be MPs elect, should not come near. But that's the problem, right? We're having an election, and this has been the refrain since 2020. Election results are declared, redeclared, re-announced, announced, and we transition to this electoral cycle with the same. We have members of Parliament elect who will be home, having been declared, redeclared 2 times, 3 times. Something has got to be wrong with the way the Electoral Commission has worked over the last 2 electoral cycles. This very Electoral Commission.
I don't want to sound repetitive. I think on the issue of the abysmal performance of the EC, I don't think we should discuss it further, except to add that we shouldn't discuss, I don't want to discuss further her clear feelings, but there's a lot to learn, because once again we must not allow a repetition of that. Indeed, if you analyze why she's failed abysmally, I think it will have to start with the appointments the president made, and so going forward, John Mahama promised Ghanaians a reset, and that reset includes amendment of the Constitution. You understand? And even though in the life of the Fourth Republic, we've never had. I'm struggling to remember, and if as anybody has a contrary, if there's a contrary fact to what I'm come to see, you can put it out there. But I don't recall any president abusing his power of appointment in the manner that Nanado did. Because clearly, if you understand the job of the EC, her role in this democracy, then there's an obligation on you not to appoint people who have political coloring. So, for instance, no president should appoint someone like me onto the EC. Power Grace, my learned friend here, because of the obligation on the EC. Now, because of what has happened, because Nanado has shown us that, listen, that power could be abused. Maybe we should look at amending the Constitution and finding ways of allowing that appointment and taking it from the hands of the president, so that if we are unfortunate and we have a president like Nana Akufo-Addo, then the person would lose sight of the fact that he's president for Ghana and not president of his party. It's sad that that I have to say this, but I disagree. I don't think Paragraphs can say that right now the MPP holds the right to talk about their respect for the rule of law credentials. Because even the manner, and the examples are so many.
I repeated?
So many, as in even how things have been handled within their party. Because if you understand the rule of law, simply we're talking about, listen, a system which does not allow for arbitrariness, a system that believes in certainty of the law. And so even how they have handled things in their party, where in the matter of they are choosing, what's called, they are in the super delegates, where there was a tie, you understand, for the MPP to say that, listen, we are going to change the constitution of the delegates in the issue of breaking the tie. Yeah, that was arbitrary, because it went against their own law. You take the confusion, the last confusion in Parliament, where the MPP made an argument, and forcefully so, on so many platforms, that in spite of the clear terms of their constitution, that says that if you contested, if you're a member of the MPP and you contested against any candidate they sponsored, then automatically you have left their party. And for them to make an argument that says, in spite of that clear term in their constitution, their national council still reserves the right when those steps, they automatically meant that you were leaving their party. Then their national council reserves the right to determine whether to keep you or not. Clearly, it's a party that does not respect the rule of law. Indeed, they are a threat, as the MPP as it stands today, is a threat to the rule of law, and that unfortunate spirit that's permeated their party, you understand, is what has made Nanado to do all these very unfortunate evil ills to our democracy, and it requires that we create a system which will not give any human being, anybody who becomes president again, the right to do those ills to our country. Because how can you explain? You understand? Or what does this do to our democracy? Where we've had 3 declarations. And I'm not seized with the facts, the last facts my brother said. But if it's indeed is true that in spite of the reasons why they went to court in the first place, in the last declaration, somebody who was not a returning officer made those declarations, then it dents what's called the integrity of the EC again. You understand? Yes. And as in, these unfortunate issues, like I'm saying, undermines greatly how we see the EC. You see how the
perception.
Because it's a democracy, and within the word democracy, the demo is the people, so it's governed by the people. So how the perception of the people in the system is so critical. So if the people, who are indeed the repository of real government powers, if the people do not trust in the institutions, you understand, that have been created to get this system going, then what you are actually doing is undermining the system of government. And when you consider further the purpose of the system, because the purpose of the system essentially is to say that this is the only system that we trust can guarantee us the rule of law. And a system governed by the rule of law is the only way in which our rights that no law give us, our rights to our lives, our rights to our liberties, our rights to pursue our own what's called happiness. If you're not mind the system, then it's essentially that's what you are undermining, and that's what for me. Listen, the election is done. The people of Ghana have spoken, and we should look forward. Kwame Nkrumah said, "We won't look east, we won't look west, we won't look east, we won't look back, we'll look forward." Mahama said he wanted a reset. The people of Ghana have given him a reset, and that reset, I believe, includes an attempt to amend our constitution. And that attempt at amending the Constitution should include serious steps that will strengthen our institutions. You understand? And strengthen our institutions also means that even in how people are appointed into these what's called institutions, we should create a system where we won't have a situation where people who have political coloring, whether NPP color, whether NDC color, whether yellow, movement for change color, no matter the color, those people are not appointed into institutions that are not meant to be partisan.
So you would expect realignment of all those?
Yeah, because you can't have a reset. It was clearly, you see, we've had, like you really said, we've had declarations, reconciliations, issues that really do not help our system. So if you are going to reset, then that reset should include resetting the system that will entrench democracy. And entrenching democracy means that issues like appointing people with political coloring onto the EC, the perception that the courts have been packed with people with all those issues
need to be a proper realignment.
Yeah, need to be done.
Okay, so you wanted to make because I want
if I can have a bite, bite on this. I am happy that my colleague is talking about revision of the Constitution as part of the resetting agenda, because that did not come out clearly in the MPP's campaign, NDC's campaign, that they would revise they'll revise or amend the Constitution.
No.
So please, let me. I said it did not come out clearly. It wasn't one of the major.
No, the capsule statement from His Excellency John Dramani was that he will revive the report. He would deal with the Constitution Review Commission.
Yes.
And that report contains everything that is supposed to be subject to amendment in the Constitution.
Great.
Yes.
So
I think,
and also adopt what Speaker and co have done in Parliament.
I think you're just accepting what he said. He didn't say that. He said clearly.
No, it was very clear. He had a lot of fora where these matters came up.
There was an adjective he used.
And he was committed. He said that he was committed to it, especially because it was begun by his former boss.
Great. So, but he came to power after his former boss. And for 6 years.
Dr. Ali, now, but what's your point with this?
No, the point that I want to make is that I am happy it is coming up because the Constitution has served us well. And if you look at the time it was framed, 1991, 1992, thereabout, it made a lot of sense. It has brought us this far. But it is time that we change it. It's not just about the Electoral Commission alone. There are institutions, political institutions that we...
With appointments, with
the appointment
composition.
of people into key positions like the IGP, very, very sensitive positions. We should broadly review it. I'm not an expert, but I think that the Constitution has served its purpose. It's time that this current government with their reset agenda should prioritize it and then revise it for our benefit. Honorable Dafemoko,
yes.
I really like your name. I like your enthusiasm. I like your exuberance in Parliament. I like that because that's what the constituents expect of their parliamentarians. But you see, as much as Parliament is a very partisan area, that is natural.
Yes.
Not just Parliament, even the executive too is a very partisan. They also have one.
Sure. The executive is.
Yeah, it's also a very partisan place because yes, but the moment we give you the mandate to go to Parliament, and Ghanaians in general, not NDC or NPP, were excited about the hung Parliament, not because of its partisan nature. But we expected that you were going to work hand in hand, but you make sure that the businesses that is coming from government were scrutinized, and then you had the powers in terms of numbers to make sure that you reject those that did not represent the interest of the nation. And that is what will win. That is what will win.
The example will be
because you can't win elections no matter how partisan you are with your party members. You win elections with the neutrals. And you see, as much and wherever you are, whether you are in the executive or in the legislature, you are trying to impress the neutrals. And the neutrals are Ghanaians in general. So as much as it's a naturally partisan institution, the moment we saw that there was a hung parliament, we anticipated that you had the powers to ensure that government business was in the interest of the nation.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the point is the numbers in Parliament get to play a key role in what is approved and not approved. And let's take a significant tax handle like the e-levy. Indeed, the minority or the NDC side had raised concerns consistently. Industry players had raised concerns consistently about its impact, and the industry players could be for those in telecom, those in the value chain, and then the citizens themselves were raising concerns. And despite those concerns, they were passed. So I don't know when you say that they were not supposed to be doing the politics or they were doing the politics.
No, I didn't say they were not supposed to be doing the politics. And in my earlier submissions, I said that was a very unpopular bill. And even though it was unpopular, with their seemingly not too majority, they were able to push or bulldoze their way to pass the e-levy. So I mentioned that too. I said, even though they didn't have an overwhelming majority, when it mattered, they were able to bulldoze their way to pass a bill that was as unpopular as the e-levy. Unpopular with majority of Ghanaians. It doesn't matter whether you were from any of the sides. I'm sure there were some MPP members who did not even like the e-levy. So the e-levy was unpopular among Ghanaians in general. Yeah.
So now we've come to the point, you want to rebut, but yes, we've come to the point where the Parliament, the way it is now, let's say the NDC has 183?
Yes.
183. 4 independent. And let's say we have 2 of them caucusing with the NDC at some point.
Has 88.
Yeah. Let's say
you don't have 88.
Let's say out of the 4 independents, no. Can I have your ears? We have 4 independents, and 2 say we want to caucus with the NDC at some point in time on some significant motions or some works in the House, and they become 185. That clearly means that they have 2/3 to do a number of actions, right? No. And what will be your expectation of them? This Parliament, the next Parliament?
Oh, yes. I think over the years, before we had the hung Parliament, particularly in 92 and 96, the NDC have had overwhelming majority to do its business. My expectations is that, you see, especially in Ghana, the governance have been reduced to preparing for the next elections.
I don't understand.
I'm saying that the next 4 years for the NDC will be preparing for the next elections in 2028. Because Ghanaians have given them a mandate. And it depends on how they utilize that mandate that will keep them in power or take them out of power. And every government is very conscious, or at least should be very conscious of that. The overwhelming majority, if it comes, however, whatever form, whether it is the minority, the independent candidates who will join, or whether the NDC is able to win some of its cases in court to get 185, should not lead the NDC to think that they can do whatever they want. It should rather give them the opportunity to have the peace of mind to transact government business that is in the interests of a majority of the population of this country. That is in the interest of Ghanaians in general. I expect that government need an overwhelming majority not to, that's why I told you, even though the MPP did not have such numbers in the 8th Parliament, the e-levy was very, very unpopular. They were still able to bulldoze it. So it is not the numbers that will make the difference for the NDC. It is how they utilize the numbers for the benefit of Ghanaians, and by extension, their own political fortunes into the next elections. It is what matters, yes.
So the numbers, what do they mean for you? Mr. Dapamoko?
Yeah, it's a testament to the fact that Ghanaians have decided. You know, in the Constitution, the framers contemplated about 4 or 5 scenarios in Parliament. There's a scenario where a party will be given an overwhelming majority to govern. There's a scenario where a party will be given a split number in Parliament, but will constitute the executive and to govern. There's a scenario where the people will decide that the party that is constituting government, that produce a president, wouldn't have a majority in Parliament. So you'll be in government, you form the president, and his party will not command numbers in Parliament. And then, so that is about the only scenario we haven't experienced yet.
Yes.
The one that a party will have majority in Parliament, but won't produce a president. Another party will produce a president. Then the final scenario is where a political party will sponsor candidates to Parliament, but who produce a president. The president may be an independent. You understand? So these are the 5 scenarios that have been contemplated. Because an independent candidate can be voted for by the people. It doesn't belong to any party. But the parties are enjoined under law to sponsor candidates into Parliament. So they will go to Parliament and do their businesses on caucus line. But the person who will be sponsoring government business on the floor will be an independent president who will then assemble persons of certain caliber to assist him to deliver on his mandate that he promised the people. Now, but for the NDC in Parliament from between 2021 and 2024 December or 6 January 2025, this country would have gone to tatters. The kinds of government policies and programs that we opposed successfully or frustrated that were inimical to the interests of the people. We were told that government was going to build the SkyTrain. When we asked them for the design, they are yet to produce the design. And yet, we rejected it because they paid $2 million. We've been asking them, how was $2 million paid?
Would that be investigated?
Yes. Look at PDS. And look at what's happening at ECG. All this the minority opposed. So the minority has done a fantastic job. We oppose e-levy. They use their numbers to make it. We went to court. That matter is still in court. The president appointed Dr. Apiahini, for instance, an MPP patron in Sunyani in the Hafu region. Bono. I challenged the appointment in the Supreme Court. The matter is still in the Supreme Court.
You haven't called the case?
Today, he's an electoral commissioner and supervised this election. So you can tell how some of these things have fed into the matters that my senior eruditely espoused. So the minority has held this government in check and exposed. Look at the work my senior brother in Parliament, the Honorable Kujeto Ablakwa, did as an individual. Even though he got help from a lot of us, but he became the arrowhead, exposing rot after rot nearly every month or every week in this country. It didn't take anybody from government. It took the opposition to do that. You understand? So I think you need to commend us for how we're able to check government. And look at the land transactions, that Chimota Forest. Government was going to partition it. We resisted it. The president came to Parliament to say that he's planted 51 million trees as part of his Green Ghana agenda. If you ask them to point to where these woodlots are, they can't tell you. We have asked for it. The cathedral, $58 million. They cannot account for it. Bank of Ghana, $88 million. Original quotation to building an office complex. Today, it is $280 million. We are asking for an inquiry into it. The Honorable Ayariga has asked for details. They haven't provided it. The cleanup of the financial sector, estimated cumulative value of investments. We didn't say. Government itself said 9 billion. How do you use in excess of 30 billion? Because initially they said 25, later they've added 5. 30 billion to save a 9 billion investment. It took the minority to expose some of these details. So give us credit and tell us that we should do more. Even whilst we are in government, we should be able to conduct ourselves in government in such a way that the people's mandate will be maintained.
Exactly.
So the people will have confidence back in the system. Do you understand my point? So regional secretaries of parties are not appointed as high court judges. He said it. You have a regional secretary of a party, then they appoint you as a high court judge.
Who is that?
Bono, again, Bono. You know, so these matters are the reasons why the people think that there has to be a reset.
Okay.
So we should be commended.
Okay. Well, yes. Point made. Again, we're live, 3FM 92.7. We're streaming there as well. We're also streaming across social media, TV3 Ghana. Please make sure you share the stream, but also let's also know what you think of this coverage. And Election Command Center also streaming live on 3news.com, and you can get the latest updates there as well. And we're going down to the wire. We're doing this up to the evening, throughout the night. We're doing that within the 24-hour period, get to the next day, the 7th of January 2025, bring you that swearing in at the Independence Square, or if you want to call it the Blaster Square as well. We'll get to know who is there, who has arrived already. I know that Jacob Zuma and his entourage are on their way, if not already here. And we're going to give you the permutations and the discussions right here. 3FM 92.7. We're also online, TV3 Ghana. And, well, Dr. Wachidankwa.
Roland, today is a day of commendation.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll let you. How would you expect this parliament to work?
Roland,
who are you commending?
Well, I'm commending my president. Yes, today is a day of commendation.
Unbelievably, yes.
I mean, President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo has done extremely well. For me, I consider him as one of the most firmest leaders in this Fourth Republic. He's been a very firm leader in this Fourth Republic. In this 9th Parliament, you know, Roland, we don't want the NDC majority to take their overwhelming majority for granted. We have had such majorities before in terms of the New Patriotic Party, and so we clearly understand the Ghanaian people. The Ghanaian people can swing to the left and swing to the right.
We only had 183, 188.
But we have had 169.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Of course. But we had a majority.
Not to test.
No, but you don't have to test.
We do.
You don't. You have 183.
Please.
You need another plus 1 or 2.
You tickle yourself and be laughing.
Please go ahead. You take your 2 tests. It's fine.
Thank you.
No, but you see, Roland, for me, in this 9th Parliament, the Speaker of Parliament, of the 8th Parliament, is being recommended to be Speaker in the 9th Parliament, which means that a new scenario is being created for this 9th Parliament, where Speaker Bagbin would have a second term. I've read his letter. He has stated that he would continue to hold on to his values of integrity, of fairness, and of upholding the rule of law. We would want to see that very clearly from day one of this 9th Parliament. We would want to also see a good, responsible minority from us, which is the New Patriotic Party, led by our majority leader now, and by tomorrow, minority leader. He's the majority leader in this 8th parliament.
He's a split leader.
No. He's the majority leader. Leader Frederick Markin will lead the caucus of the minority from tomorrow. We would keep the NDC to strict accountability on their reset. Every single thing that they have promised to do for the Ghanaian people, we would keep them to proof for it. We want to see the 24-hour economy. We want to see the cancellation of the e-levy. We want to see the cancellation of the betting tax. We want to see the cancellation of the COVID-19 tax. We want to see a reduction of the dollar. We want to see a reduction of kinky price. We want to see a reduction of food commodities. We want to see the lights still on. We want to see that free senior high school is ongoing. We want to see that some government
specific
policies.
Question about the parliament. How do you expect the parliament to work? That you are talking kinky.
That's it. That's it. Yes.
Are you veering away from the question?
No, I cannot veer.
Is he has to praise his boss?
No, I have to commend him. It's important. It's important. I mean,
how do you expect this parliament to work?
Yes.
Looking at the numbers, so to speak.
Look, that's what I'm saying.
That's a specific question.
Yes, looking at the numbers, I want to see that there is a lot more maturity and responsibility from the majority side of parliament. We want to see that issues that come to parliament would be adequately debated by both sides of the house. We want to see full participation, especially from the majority. We don't want people absenting themselves from parliament because they have an overwhelming number of people. Honorable, you know that.
Today you are talking of absence.
Of course, we want to see.
Ajwa Safu was away for 3 months.
We want to see that yes, people fully participate in parliament, and you know there are a number of outstanding bills that I'm sure that will be reintroduced, especially now that it's not been assented into law by our outgoing president, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Those bills will come back to parliament. We'll see the light of day. But the president-elect, John Dramani Mahama, has an honest responsibility to really protect the constitution and bring to birth a lot of the desire of successive governments, even our outgoing government, of really looking at the constitution and seeing aspects of the constitution that is gradually losing its potency, and revamp it with a lot more modern ideas, a lot more new thoughts, so that we can be able to strengthen our institutions very strongly. And so would wish the parliament the best. But for me, one of the persons I'll be looking out for is Speaker Bagbin in this 9th parliament. I'll be looking out for him very strongly.
What will be your expectation of the parliament again? The numbers.
You have to wish him well.
You know, the significant changes that you expect in relation to what the party agenda and the government agenda is of resetting.
In fact, I think my brother here said something.
Dr. Nyaba.
The doctor said something which I think is very critical. We are kind of
in the conversation.
Yeah, very, very critical. In fact, what he said, and please correct me if. What I think I understood from what he was saying was that yes, because the parties that sponsor is as if it is some partisanship. But when you are elected, you do not just represent your party; you represent the entirety of the country. So my brother Dafiamapo is an MP. He was NDC sponsored him, but I don't think he doesn't represent just the NDC
at all.
He represents every single person in his constituency. And I think it was a very great point because the politics in this country seems to have lost track of that. Our loyalty seems to lie more with our political parties than with the country. And so in the last 8 years, we found a situation where the president, in how he handled his position, gave the impression that he was president over his party and not over the country. And I think that must change. That's a fact. He said strangely that he's a famous president, and I won't even comment. I don't think he even deserves any comment. Now, also, as much as I want to commend Honorable Okujeto, the famous point, there has been a problem in our parliament which needs to be corrected.
Which is?
Which is, the impression is that it's just the duty of the minority to
hold government accountable.
To hold government accountable. Yeah, because we don't have two parliaments.
Just one.
It's just one parliament.
So every member of parliament should have that duty.
Exactly. But it's their core duty. The core duty of parliament, one, is to make laws, but also to serve as an oversight over the executive and to represent the people. And it's the duty of all of that one parliament, not of individual. And so that impression that it's just the duty of the minority to more or less serve as an oversight. And see, serving as oversight, we use the word opposition. It is also, in fact, you are helping the government or you are helping the executive by providing that oversight. And that's why, indeed, Parliament is part of government. Parliament is part of government because in how they do their oversight, and if they do it constructively, that impression of, because we are the minority, we are going to oppose everything government does, whether it's possible, whether it must end. And also because the same party that sponsored you also sponsored the president, you must support everything. That must stop. So one of the things I want to see changes to is that impression. We have one Ghana, we have one parliament. And the duty of parliament is to serve as a check on the executive. That must be done. And you see, I think also the problem has to do with, what's it called, how our constitution is. As I'm talking about the reset, then we need to also, because you see, when we drafted our constitution in 1992, based on our own history, we attempted to combine the parliamentary system with the executive system. And that's why we have even the word hung parliament, because really, you don't have a hung parliament. It's a word that is known to a parliamentary system. In an executive system, there's nothing like a hanged parliament. In an executive system, where what's called the party that sponsored the elected president has the minority in their parliament, then or maybe there's a tie. It's more of a gridlock as against hang. So probably we need to, in the spirit of reset and in the call for an amendment, we need to look at that too. You understand? If you are an MP, you should be an MP. You shouldn't be in the executive. If you are an MP, you should be an MP. You shouldn't be.
You want that change?
Yeah. It must be.
That fusion
hasn't helped us.
Because they get compromised, right?
Yeah, because you want to. Most of them want to catch the eye of the president, and that compromises their core duty, which is to serve as, beyond passing laws, to serve as an what's called oversight of the executive. And so, for me, these are things I want to see. First of all, we have one country. We don't have an NDC Ghana and an NPP Ghana. You understand? In the same way, we have one parliament. We don't have an NDC parliament and NPP parliament. Okay. And that culture of just the minority doing proper parliament work, as in serving as an oversight, should stop. And all the parliamentarians, and so I expect the NDC, in spite of their overwhelming, unprecedented majority. It's unprecedented. So contrary to what Parkers was struggling. Well, I didn't know 169 was equal to 183. I never knew. I started to correct it. I never knew 169 was equal to 183. So in spite of
it's closer.
It's the same. In spite of the struggles, because he was struggling to say that Ronaldo is the famous president. When the evidence on the ground shows that he's the losest president, if there's any word like that.
Very fair.
Yeah. So, Papa, when he's saying that the temptation was to jump him, but I didn't jump him. You had Galamsey report for 2 years. You didn't say anything. Did you hear that at some point the CEO of TOR or GMPC and the chairman were at loggerheads? What did the president? He didn't even have the courage to solve president of Ghana. And as that people, military men invade your parliament, you are the commander in chief, and so now nothing. And you say what you are the famous. Listen, we are going to reset Ghana. And that reset Ghana means that we create a culture where we all feel that we are part of government. You understand? You understand? And so that attitude, well, I've seen them people already take a certain attitude.
What's the attitude?
That we want to see the dollar decrease, or want to see
kinky price
drop to 1 cedi. We want to.
You're talking about jollof and kinky.
You want to see? You came and told us that. You came when you came and told us that. Listen. In fact, you espouse the principle. I beg you, let me land. Don't do your hand like that. Okay. You see, you came and you espouse the principle of the Hattarization of the city. City now Hatta. Me kofa ba me ba no be shemukena. At that time it was like 3 cities. Then the city now Hatta Kenan. It went to 17 cities. What's called Economy 101. That the safest place to go and keep your money is in government bonds. Yeah. You've come and $12 billion. $12 billion of people's money have been taken from their pockets. That's killing the credibility of the Ghanaian economy. So instead of you eating humble pie, and you see, and ditching the parochial political culture that exists in your party, and taking on the cloak of patriotism, because where we are right now as a people, the critical stage we are in our country, because Joama can't fail. It's in all of our interest that Joama succeeds. You understand? So instead of that parochial culture and let's come together as one people. I'm calling on the MPP. All of us. Let's come together as one people.
We are one.
You understand? Support the president. He's president of Ghana. He's not president of NDC. He's the president of Ghana. And that support also includes giving constructive criticisms. Not to come in between, we expect the... No. Proper criticism. So we all together forge that strong country. Strong Ghana, so we can reclaim our position as the black star of Africa. That is what.
The way you're speaking, the MPP wants you back from Movement for Change.
They should change their character. They should sack
Kojo Chumbuafo, we'll go to Pakwesi very soon to tell us about the constituencies and where the dynamics lie. Kojo Chumbuafo says, I should tell you, Dr. Palgrave Boachi Dankwa, Roland, why is Palgrave feeling so sorry for himself? I have not seen him feeling Palgrave, you might as well sing Abide With Me. Don't worry, it gets worse. It's called Stages of Grief. Meanwhile, stop attributing promises we haven't made.
Yes.
Nana Gazo says, well, Mr. Dankwa should be interested to see the investigation of the cathedral. It's very important. It's also a nationalistic tax to undertake. Sonny says the security personnel were there and the electoral officers and their children were coerced, threatened, and nothing happened to those people or thugs. Defeat is not a good thing at all. All right. And then I have Mr. Nabuo saying, Roland, Mr. Dapamokwa is right. The said secretary of the MPP that was appointed as a High Court judge was my mate. When I did my program, now, he was appointed to the High Court as soon as we finished the course. La ilaha illallah. There's no other God except Allah.
I mean...
mashallah. Wonders do happen. Money says, Roland, you keep telling me I should share the stream. Please share the stream, money. But I want you to ask a question and you are ignoring me. Okay, so this is a question. He says, please ask Palgrave. The MPP used an impersonator to pass the e-levy bill. Who is that impersonator?
Yeah, another inquiry.
I think that I need to ask the family court rather. And then Kwesi Boateng says, look, Nana Addo has done a lot for Ghana. It is only when he leaves office that we're going to see how useful he was and good he was as a president. For now, the victors are having all the field day. Maxwell Akpabli, Ayawaso East Constituency, we thank God and Ghanaians for giving the NDC an overwhelming victory. You should be rest assured that President Mahama will fulfill his promises, you say. I also want to plead with the MPs that the MPP guys have shown time and again that they are not their friends. So this business of laughing with them and trying to play nice with them must be nipped in the bud. All right. I have a couple more as well. And Master Planner Junior Kintampo says, I like your new studio setting for New Day. Or this election command center. We did this throughout the election period. Ex-President Mahama promised Ghanaians to cancel e-levy, betting tax, and COVID-19 levy within his first 120 days. Didn't he know we were under an IMF when he was making such promises? He can't play with our emotions after we voted for him. You must comply. You shouldn't start on this tangent. Master Planner Junior Kintampo. And Pakwesi, What do you have for us?
Well, I mean, since you're talking about legislation and all that, we just want to tell or bring to the attention of our viewers some of the essential bills that were passed by the 8th Parliament, and I'm sure you can do some analysis on the back of that. So I'm just going to run you through a couple of those bills that were passed by the 8th Parliament. We know of the Electronic Transactions Act 2021, which is popularly called the e-levy. We know the Ghana Hydrological Authority Bill 2021, the Cyber Security Act 2021, the Exemptions Bill of 2021, the Promotion of Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill 2021, which is now, we all know, the Human Sexuality and Family Values Act 2024, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure and Amendment Bill 2021, the Penalty and Interest Waiver Act 2021, the Income Tax, the Income Amendment Tax, the Financial Sector Recovery Levy, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Act, the National Center for Coordination of Early Warning and Response Mechanism Act 2021, the Ghana Standards Authority Bill 2021, the Revenue Administration Amendment Act 2022, the Growth and Sustainable Levy Bill 2022, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022, the Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bill 2022, the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022, the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2022. That's a very interesting one. The Electronic Transfer Levy, we talked about that. The Criminal Offence Amendment Bill 2022. It came under a private member's bill. The Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022. The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022. The Armed Forces Amendment Bill 2022. The Wildlife Resources Management Bill 2022, the Ghana Commission for UNESCO Bill 2022, National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022, the National Roads Authority Bill 2022, the Emission Levy Bill 2023, which also came with a lot of controversy, the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency of Practitioners Ghana Bill 2022, the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023, the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Bill 2024, the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024, the National Service Authority Bill 2024, the Boundary Commission Bill 2024, the Environmental Protection Bill 2024. Now, well, just quickly before I come back to you, we'll also touch on the budgetary allocation to the 8th Parliament, which was between 2021 and 2024. We've seen the highest amount so far being $1 billion cedis, which was released to Parliament in 2024. And of course, the 8th Parliament, as you can see displayed on the board, will go down in history as the Parliament that passed the lowest number of bills compared to the previous 4 parliaments. And so you see the 5th Parliament having passed 82 bills, the 6th Parliament 77 bills, the 7th Parliament 86 bills, and the 8th Parliament 36 bills. And I'm just wondering for the parliamentarian who is with you, Roland, I'm just wondering if it's because of the hang parliament and the level of confusion and controversy that characterized the 8th Parliament, for which reason we didn't have a lot of bills being passed. And many have referred to the 8th Parliament as very disruptive, Roland.
Well, certainly. Quite an interesting one, and significantly. For me, it was that LI, so to speak. You take a look at that enables mining to be allowed in forest reserves. Quite an interesting one, especially knowing that the president had put his presidency on the line in the fight against Galamsey, and subsequently we saw some of the key stakeholders or leaders of the party who owned, of course, mining companies playing their own key roles in that. Very interesting there. But Mr. Dapamapo, we're taking a look at some of those bills that were passed. Significantly for you, how would you say those were more significant than others? E-levy, a big tax handle, at the time was supposed to even enable us build more secondary schools, more roads, create more jobs.
Employ 100 million people. Okay. That would be, some will be exported.
Okay. Okay.
And
so it was supposed to be a big handle. And of course, the blame was put right on the doorstep of the NDC side, but we've seen some interesting bills. The Family Values Bill, for example, which even Paragraph also subscribes to, though the President hasn't assented to it.
Yes. The technical position of the law is that where a bill is passed by Parliament, Parliament becomes functus officio. So the remittance to the office of the President has nothing to do with the content of the law passed. So, for instance, the Ghanaian Family Values Act that we have passed, which is pending assent now, cannot die with this Parliament. So the new President will have to look at it, and or the President may have to, especially given that on the 18th of this month, the Supreme Court gave the green light that he has the right to assent to it. So we expect that he will assent to it before he leaves office. It's that. Now, some of the most important bills that I think I can recall is the one that we passed lately, the EPA one, which indeed will reverse the right to grant concessions in forest reserves. It was a bill that some of us opposed it on the floor at the time because it was a regulation. Let me correct. It was an LI, so we opposed it. But of course, if the numbers are against you, they will let it mature after 21 days, and it became the law. But the public have reacted negatively. That is why nearly after a year, they had to come back to have it be amended in the substantive legislation. So we can't formulate an LI to that effect. And then the Sustainability Act, also very important. Did they mention the affirmative action law? Yes. Also very, they mentioned it, yes. Also very, very important. And so for me, the other three private members' bills that we passed that are pending the President's assent include the one on the witch camps, criminalizing witchcraft and all that, the one on suicide, criminalizing suicide attempt, and then also the death penalty. These are laws that, go to the social welfare of the people. I don't see why the President is hesitant in assenting to this. And it's very sad for me that we got here, because there is no basis for the President to resist assenting to it, especially if you do, then the Constitution is very clear in Article 106 there about that. Come back with a memo detailing the reasons, especially when you must have referred it to the Council of State for them to advise you on your concerns. Then you remit it to Parliament. Parliament will have recourse to it, factor them into the bill. So we'll reopen consideration, factor the President's concern into it, then it becomes the law. But you see, the procedure is provided for rejecting a bill, if you so desire that you will not assent to it with reasons, has not been proceeded upon. And so there's a stalemate. Bills are with the President, you won't assent to, and he's keeping them. When the Constitution has provided a procedure in pursuance of Boyfield versus NTAC, where the law provides a procedure for a thing to be done, only that procedure will be followed. But the President won't do it. So we have about 4 bills that have been duly passed by Parliament. They cannot be returned to Parliament for any purpose, and yet they are in abeyance, and he won't assent to it. It's a sad commentary on some of the things we experienced, but we hope that the 9th Parliament will be more proactive in terms of the legislations that will be passed. There are a lot of laws we have to pass. There are a lot of lacunas in a lot of our laws and a lot of emerging areas. For instance, this climate change, I think that we need a whole statute on climate change, because there's a huge benefit awaiting the country if we firm up the regulatory regime regarding how to deal with climate change in this country. If we are able to place ourselves properly, we may not need any IMF intervention. Yes, because I got the opportunity to be the speaker nominated me to attend 2 of those numerous conferences, and the benefits, even our district assemblies, if they are able to fashion their bylaws properly and provide a regime for dealing with climate change issues in the administrative jurisdictions in the district, funding opportunities are available out there to support the activities. Tree planting, environmental rehabilitation, like degraded areas being rehabilitated, planting wood lots, assisting farmers to engage in green agriculture, green energy, all those things. If you're able to formulate them well as a district, you don't need intervention from the central government. This because pursuant to Section 4 of the Local Governance Act 936, they have a right to sue and be sued, and they can also contract loans and look for assistance, apply for grants, all those things. There are a lot of things that assemblies can do on their own that they don't do to attract attention. And then international NGOs too are also interested. So I believe as a country, the future is bright, especially after we engage in the reset. Future will be bright.
Okay.
In the 24-hour economy.
Dr. Palgrave.
We hope you participate in the 24-hour economy.
We're just getting information. We're just getting information. Apparently, the General Secretary of the MPP is insisting that A+ has not conferred with the party. Is that the position of the party?
Same. I've seen same communique as well.
Okay.
Yes. But like I've said, my stance is that the 4 independent candidates were voted on non-political lines. Non-partisan lines. They should stay independent. I want to see the beauty of the 9th Parliament where 4 independent candidates can rise up and tell Mr. Speaker, we disagree with what majority is doing.
Has this always been your position?
Sorry?
Has this always been your position?
He means your position.
But position.
No, if I can assist, they are supposed to caucus by law.
Yes.
So they can caucus.
On
but
matters.
But I wanted to know if that has always been his position.
I asked him. I said suddenly it was not the case for Famina.
They can caucus on issues.
Yes.
By law.
Yes.
They can caucus on issues and still remain independent.
Yes, but that is the position of the law.
Yes.
So that is why Famina continued to hold himself as the second deputy speaker.
Good. So let's
even though now he has joined you formally.
We are happy with that.
Look at that.
But that is my position now.
But it wasn't a position previously.
No, but it's my position.
But has that always been a position?
No, but I can make a position now.
And change.
You can change your mind.
No, I'm not saying. No, of course, I mean, human beings change their minds.
Okay.
It's my position that, these 4 independent MPs elect stay independent in this 9th Parliament. They can decide to caucus as and when issues come up. But they would also help with the beauty of democracy, help with the integrity of this 9th Parliament. And we would also wish that a lot more bills see the light of day in this 9th Parliament.
So at the end of the day, we've come to the point where there'll be the transition to the next one that will be made. The point of having the speaker retained and the way it was communicated by the president-elect has been questioned. So you have the CDD boss, H. Kwesi Prempeh, for example, say that such outward and direct communication seem to create a certain scenario where perhaps the speaker is not supposed to be of independence by way of nature, etc. But we know that whoever he will be, he's a political animal, is it not? What this controversy and the way the communication is done?
So one, in terms of the appointment of Bagbin being
renominated or nominated,
or let's say recommended.
Okay.
I want to use the word
recommended
by Mahama, His Excellency John Mahama, for me, is in line. I personally felt that the Speaker did really well in
the current Parliament.
Yeah, I think he was one of the, in my view, personal view, he was one of the brightest spots over the last 4 years. Not that I agreed with everything he did, but I like the way he conducted himself, and I also agree with who is H. Prempe.
H. Kwesi Prempe.
Yeah, because we run a system.
He's the executive director for CDD.
It was, and I agree with his view, even though that's always been the practice. It's not a practice that really we should encourage, and as you see, and it explains why some presidents can confidently say that I have MPs. Have you not heard that before? That my MPs, but the president is not supposed to have MPs. If we are doing proper separation of powers, and the president says he has MPs, then are we not in trouble? Yeah, we are.
But they are sponsors sponsored on the ticket of the party.
Yeah, but we agreed in 1992 that to guarantee us the rule of law and to guarantee us of our rights, then we are going to practice separation of powers. And then we are saying that we are going to give governmental powers into different arms and they'll be independent of each other. So if in spite of that independence, you understand, the president can see that our own MPs, then it's a problem. Then that principle is me undermined. We don't want to be like Paul Graves, who has a position today, maybe that position will be different from yesterday. We want to be consistent with our position. And our consistent position is that powers of government must be separate. You understand? If indeed we are practicing constitutional democracy and our focus is to limit the powers of government, then governmental powers must be separate. And the thought of president owning MPs is problematic. And that's the impression that practices of this nature, and I'm saying practice because it's not the first time. Nanado also recommended, even Parliament rejected a certain Parliament's right to choose who their Speaker is, because it's Parliament that chooses Leonard. It's Parliament that chooses the Speaker.
Yes. Actually would be.
So in this Parliament defied the President and chose their own. I think it happened also in. In two for the president.
No, they didn't succeed.
In two for
we nearly.
President had his
yes, and then Peter Lajete was nominated by the opposition, the NDC.
Exactly.
And we lost by about 32.
Yeah, Parliament. Yeah. So I agree entirely with his position. I think it's not in our interest that the president is seen to be owning Parliament. At least this year, last year, we recall that famous statement by the president where he said that because certain people refused to vote for his MP, they are not going to bring development to them. You understand? We said that, the people of Ghana said that they wanted constitutional democracy. They wanted a democracy where powers of government are limited. And that position needs to be entrenched. We shouldn't allow or encourage situations where the impression is given that the president actually owns Parliament. And so to that extent, I agree with the position. But having said that, it seems to be the practice. Every president in the system wants to nominate the Speaker. It seems to be the practice, but it's a practice that must not be encouraged.
What do you think he brings to the table, Dr. Nyaba? Looking at how he's been able to navigate or preside over the 8th Parliament.
Yes, Bagbin comes with huge experience, apart from his very long tenure as a parliamentarian. He has been on both sides before. He's been minority leader before. He's been majority leader before. So he's had the experience of how to negotiate as a minority leader. He's had the experience of how to negotiate as a majority leader. His longevity in the House gives him confidence and adds to his competence. And if you look at the way he steered the 8th Parliament, that was relatively more competitive and challenging. I am sure that he will do a good job as a nationalist, as a patriot, and not just a crony of the NDC. I am sure the president did not endorse his nomination because of his party affiliation. I'm sure he looked at the competence, he looked at what he brought to bear in a very challenging 8th Parliament and felt that, like my colleague was saying, Mahama cannot fill in this 2024-2028 tenure. So you need the people with the experience, the competences to drive all the sectors of the administration so that he will be successful. So I'm sure he endorsed him based on his experience and competencies. And I have no iota of doubt that Bagbin has what it takes to lead Parliament, not just as a member of the NDC, but as a patriot and a nationalist. And he demonstrated that in the 8th Parliament.
Significantly. How would you describe him? At times, he'd been given the flack or receiving the flack from the MPP side or the majority. For example, the recent outburst by the majority leader.
Now, let me say this. People say I am Speaker's son, so...
you're the Speaker's son?
Yes. But, you see, Speaker...
Now, Fenyato is the Speaker's son, we're told.
Well, sons don't behave like that to their fathers. Now, you have to be close to Speaker to appreciate who he is.
How do you mean?
He is such a quintessential person. And he's a voracious reader. Speaker is such a scholar.
You are really his son.
Look.
You know him.
Speaker is so knowledgeable, it's frightening. Speaker is actually the Eskime, is the Ghana version of Eskime on parliamentary authority. Speaker will tell you how a certain structure in parliament or office was designed and created. Speaker, the standing orders we have today, adopted January 2024, which will have full implementation in the 9th Parliament. We began implementation from last June, but we'll have full implementation from about next week, was single-handedly introduced and supported and adopted by Speaker with the members of the Standing Orders Committee. Speaker has introduced novel concepts into our parliamentary democracy. For instance, the concept of backbenchers. There's a whole committee on backbench business. Now,
there is.
So that we have a backbench leader. As we speak in this 8th Parliament, our backbench leader is the Honorable Apia Boating from Plain South. To lead the minority.
Is he the same person who lost his... No, he's not.
No.
He's not.
You know, he's a walking room. The rules of Parliament, everything is in his head. And by the constitutional and standing order, he has the authority to interpret the rules. But the Speaker is such a valuable asset for our parliamentary democracy. As we speak, he's the Speaker of all speakers in Africa. He's headed the Commonwealth Speakers Forum and so many things. He has chaired over 15 committees in his lifetime in Parliament and ranked about 12 of them in his lifetime in Parliament. He entered Parliament January 1993. When I was in Form 5 preparing for my O-level in May 1993, he's remained in Parliament till today. Nearly half of his life has been spent in Parliament. Speaker is about 66, 67. He's been in Parliament for 32 years. 4 more to be added, 36. Half of his life, he spent it in Parliament. And people will tell you, and the outgoing president has so much admiration for Speaker because of the fraternity and the cordiality they shared when they were in the house together. Speaker had the opportunity to serve in the executive, if I recall, Minister for Western Housing, Water Resources and Sanitation, and then sometime later to Health. But his value shown more staggeringly on the floor of the House. And the support that he gave Speaker Michael Kwe as his second lieutenant speaker, if I mean second deputy speaker, we are lieutenant to the speaker himself. And you saw that this man deserves the seat. So no wonder that on the 9th, 4 years ago, he nicked it, and he's being retained. The problem, I think the concern of H. Kwesi Prempeh is about form. You know, he's not complaining about the substance. He says that instead of the president-elect communicating that he has mandated the party in consultation with the party and all relevant stakeholders, he's mandated the party to renominate speaker. It ought to have been the party speaking, saying that in consultation with the president-elect, the neck and all that. So I think it's a matter of substance over form. But you see, here is the education. In the NDC, in opposition, the chairman is the leader of the party. But as soon as we have a presidential candidate, he becomes the leader of the party. So as we speak, the president, until he takes office tomorrow morning, remains the leader of the party. So if the leader of the party, by our constitutional imperative, says, I am mandating the NEC to renominate speaker, it's in order. Because the meaning of mandate is to authorize. If the leader of the party says, I am authorizing NEC and the caucus in parliament to renominate Mr. A, I don't think in terms of the order of sequence of things.
Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh says that there's nothing wrong for the president to publicly express and indicate his preference.
That's the point I'm making.
For speaker and to urge or admonish. Yeah. However, we must not entrench the impression or practice in the Fourth Republic where the speaker is seen as a nominee of the president, as this press release implies. This is one of the legacies and features of our imperial presidency that further subordinate the legislature to the executive. We should rather move away from that. It would have been proper if the attached letter emanated from the NDC Parliamentary Caucus and read something like this. The members of Parliament-elect of the NDC, having consulted with the national executive of the party, have agreed collectively to support the nomination and re-election of Bagbin, Speaker of the 8th Parliament, he continues. I think that's putting that into perspective.
Yes, but that's the point I'm making, that his cry is over the form that the communication came and not the substance. But you see, I would be shocked if he's oblivious, but he references that we have an imperial presidency. Not quite, but the Constitution says we have an executive president. An executive president. So everything stops at the presidency or the president. But we are not speaking of the president. Now we are speaking about NDC party politics. You understand? The president-elect is not the president. He's still the NDC's head. So, H. Kwesi Prempeh should look at these matters from the NDC internal administrative arrangement. That the president was our flag bearer, head of the party or leader of the party. Now president-elect, but he still exercises that mandate as the leader of the party to direct affairs. And that is exactly what he has done. So this is nothing really. I believe that.
Okay. So it's nothing. But
because the true nomination will be done on the floor.
So these are
tangential matters.
But on the substantive, for this 8th Parliament, we have some strong, notable personalities who play or have played key roles in the public discourse and in the work of Parliament, who are not going to be seen in the next Parliament. I mean, from them being pruned from the party is it primaries,
primaries
to the election itself? Of course, we already have we always have a good friend in the MPP for us, TV3, as well as Media General, Apia Kubi, Lawyer Apia Kubi of
right. Hey, senior.
Yeah.
Good morning to you.
And for you know, he significantly he also led or spokes for those members of parliament, 90 plus, who wanted the finance minister to go because the base of the party just said he wasn't doing a good
No,
work.
eventually all the 137 agreed with them. So it was no longer a 90. It was 137 saying Ken must go.
Initially. Oseche Mensah, of course, he didn't go again.
Did not go
yes,
again.
Atache.
A few others
yes.
did not go.
So that crop and the loss for the next parliament. Fine brains.
Joe Gatti.
Yes, so, you know, Roland, let me just speak on Speaker Bagbin. Very clearly, you could see that the majority MPP of this 8th parliament predicted that Speaker Bagbin should be nominated. You recall that leader Martin Afenyo
His mischief.
Oh no, he stated very clearly that it would be good for Speaker Bagbin to be retained, and I'm very glad that President-elect John Dramani Mahama has taken a cue of that in that regard.
So now we took a cue from our friend. You people, you never miss opportunity. Oh no.
So they took a cue from the MPP. From the MPP.
Anyway,
Roland, we have always had a view, and I think that many parliamentarians and even political parties hold the view that it is important that members of parliament stay longer. Because of institutional memory, because if they stay longer, sometimes they come into parliament in opposition in terms of minority, and then they serve, and then their party comes into office, and then they're able to assist their constituencies a lot more better. The longer parliamentarians stay in parliament, a lot more better for the growth of parliament. We have seen that in this 9th parliament, rightly so, there are few fine brains that are not coming back, that didn't seek re-election. Our own former majority leader, Oseche Mensah Bonsu, is not coming back into parliament. I'm very certain that his counsel will be needed as and when it's sought upon. The Ibuakwa South Constituency MP, the Honorable Atachia, very fine brain, former Minister for Works and Housing, Chair of Energy Committee in Parliament, also isn't coming back. The MP for Asin, the Honorable Kennedy Japon, who contested in the primaries of the New Patriotic Party, also isn't coming back because he didn't seek re-election. Or the Honorable Adrasafo didn't seek re-election. It's not coming back. She was our former deputy majority leader.
She sought re-election. She just lost.
Okay, well, she lost the primaries. Yes. The Honorable Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, who is running mate or was running mate for Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, is not
running mate pro 10.
Your mischief. You know, is also not coming back. The NDC also has their own side of persons that are not coming back. But I think that more and more the new entrants that are coming in should be encouraged to stay a little bit more longer in Parliament, move up from the stages of backbenchers into the front line of leadership. And we want to see that every now and then people have an opportunity to stay in Parliament longer. If you look at the people that have mentioned in terms of those that have been in Parliament since 2012 that are not coming back because they either lost their election of the December 7th or didn't seek re-election, you realize that their level of maturity, their level of growth, their level of understanding of parliamentary proceedings and standing on this have grown over the years. And the Ghanaian people commend them for their services over these years from the 6th Parliament into the 8th Parliament. And we wish that the new entrants will stay a lot more longer. And the political parties also will try and encourage people to stay a lot more longer in Parliament. And I think that would be very good for our democracy and our governance.
We have a couple of messages. Sampi Yali says, Kwesi Prempe may be right, but perhaps is also not aware that in opposition, the flag bearer is the leader of the NDC. So there's nothing imperial about the nomination. Quite interesting there. Nielante van der Poy, Member of Parliament for the Ododo constituency, also won't be in the next Parliament, says, I totally disagree with Professor Kwesi Prempeh. The recommendation from H.E. Mahama was to his parliamentary caucus to re-nominate Alban Bagbin. This has always been the convention in Ghana's political history. In the US, for example, didn't Donald Trump recommend Speaker Johnson for re-election? Okay, so we learned from some of the best democracies, so to speak. And then we have a couple more, but while we go, we also have this one coming from Kojo Chumbuafo says, Roland, this my brother, Roxon, knows the law, fingertip law. Unfortunately, he's a Man U supporter. Are you a Man U supporter? Yes. Oh, okay.
Hey, Kojo withdrew. He told me that the one he let us yesterday.
All right.
Yeah, well,
let me say good morning to Frank Teddy Donko, as well as your wife, Ifya Sapong, who are watching us from Qatar this morning. Great morning to the family as well. And we're taking a break. We'll be right back with more right here.
Santex and Crown Paints. Excellent paint that is resistant to peeling, mold, algae, and fungus.
Hello, all there. Good morning and welcome back to this is your Election Command Center. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, as well as subsequent inauguration of the 9th Parliament. We'll be here, right here with you, your Election Command Center, until the swearing in of President-elect John Dramani Mahama, which happens later tomorrow, and of course all the subsequent reactions all across the country. We've got reporters who are scattered across to bring us live updates of every happening between now and tomorrow. Now, Shoko is seated and will be taking her turn to interview a number of guests on exactly what's been happening all throughout from the day of election up until now. But before that, let me take you through the composition of the 9th Parliament, which is going to be inaugurated by midnight of tonight, before the inauguration of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. So this is what we have at the moment: 276 members of Parliament. We've got 88 going blue for the New Patriotic Party, and then 183 for the National Democratic Congress, with 4 independent candidates. We know that the Okaikwi Central seat is still being contested. There's some litigation on that. And of course, the Akwitia seat, which has an injunction placed on that right now. But as we speak, we've got 183 for the National Democratic Congress and 88 for the New Patriotic Party, with 4 independent candidates. Now, this is the, parliamentary distribution since 1992, where we had the boycotts, the famous boycotts, where the NPP boycotted Parliament. The NDC had a majority of 189. And then, of course, in 1996, we had 62 for the New Patriotic Party and 132 for the National Democratic Congress, up until 2016, where we had 106 for the National Democratic Congress and 169 for the New Patriotic Party. And then the historic parliamentary numbers we saw in 2020. Almost a split parliament, 137 for the National Democratic Congress and 137 for the New Patriotic Party. That's what we've endured from 2020 till now. A very, very tense parliament with a lot of history being made, with a speaker coming from the opposition party for the very first time in our 4th Republic. Now, let me take you through some of the members of Parliament who are exiting Parliament. For the New Patriotic Party, we've got a total of 47 members of Parliament. And these are parliamentarians who either lost their primaries or opted not to seek re-election. And so 28 of the New Patriotic Party members of Parliament lost their primaries. They lost the party primaries, and 19 of them opted not to seek re-election. And these are the members of Parliament here. The very famous Oseche Mensah Bonsu, who served as majority leader. He was member of Parliament for the Swami Constituency. He opted not to go again. Joseph Osei Owusu Bekwa, he also opted not to go again. He was a former Deputy Speaker of Parliament. We know that for sure. Daniel Kweku Botre of the Accra Constituency, he also opted not to go again. Samuel Atachia also opted not to go again. We have a Sikado, the very famous Jogate lawyer, legal luminary, very experienced, one-time minister for railways under the Akufo-Addo administration. Of course, Kennedy Japan, the maverick politician, the outspoken politician at Sin Central, he also opted not to go again. So these are the faces that we will no longer be seen in Parliament. Amongst them, they've got a wealth of experience, together, and unfortunately, they are bidding farewell to Parliament. Now, let's look at the National Democratic Congress side. 22 of their MPs, will no more be seen in Parliament. 17 of them lost their primaries. 5 of them opted not to go again. They opted not to be re-elected. Let's look at the faces. Also, wealth of experience. The Venerable James Klutia Veji of K2 North opted not to go again. Cletus Avoka also opted not to go again. He represents the people of Zebila. Kwabena Donko, one-time power minister, Pru East, member of parliament. He's opted not to go again. The very famous Alassane Fuseni of Sanerugu, he lost his primaries, and I'm sure a lot of you remember him for his very outspoken nature and his use of the Queen's language, his very poetic use of the English language. Alex Adumaku Mensah of the Setre Afram Plains also lost his primaries. And so these 5 MPs with a wealth of experience will no longer be seen in Parliament, regrettably. I'm sure a lot of you will be missing them. We wish them, all the best in their future endeavors. And so now you can take the conversation from here.
Yes, Parkwesi, it's interesting to see some of our very, very key experienced parliamentarians exit the House. But that is not the most interesting thing, really, about this Parliament, which is set to dissolve today, 6th of January, 2024. And my guests are already here and seated. We're going to be talking about the dissolution of Parliament, which will happen soon today, bringing an end to a term which began on the 7th of January 2021. This Parliament has seen a lot of notable incidents, occurrences, some ups and downs, but I think the most notable thing from the start of their term till now is the equal division between the 2 key political parties, the NPP and the NDC, or Hank Parliament, as we like to call it. We're going to attempt to make some good reflections on this Parliament and the impact their work and occurrences in Parliament has had on governance and democracy. Staying with us on this panel, we've seen 2 of them from the earlier panel. Dr. Inyaba. Did I get that correct?
Yes, please.
Yes, Dr. Inyaba is staying with us. Dr. Parkwesi Bwashidankwa is also staying with us. But joining us is our favorite historian of all time, or in my time, Kweku Daku. Good morning, sir. Great to have you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Also joining us on the panel is Chairman Adekoka himself. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Great to have you.
Thank
and
you.
Happy New Year to all of you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. All right. Before we start our conversation, we're going to cross over to the floor of Parliament to see exactly what's going on this morning, just to have a look and feel of happenings ahead of the official dissolution later today. Hello? Hello, Kamla?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Great, Kamla. You're live with us on TV3. You're on the floor of Parliament. Can you tell us exactly what it looks like right now? What's happening?
Well, as I speak with you now, absolutely very little is going on here. You can see just behind me, we are right at the visitors gallery, but down inside the floor of the chamber, you can see still preparatory works. Not a single MP is in there as of now. There's still preparatory works being done, a lot of technical work, testing of the microphones, the cameras, and all that. But I can tell you that the technical team from not just Parliament here, but the inauguration team, being led by Silicon House and others, are already here. They've mounted their cameras. And if you even step outside of the chamber, you can see fittings and the like that are going on. But, I mean, in few hours, the old order will change. The old order being the 8th will change, yielding place to the new, which is the 9th, which would be the expiration of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. But what are some of the bills that the 8th has been able to pass? It's been argued, especially from the front of the first Deputy Speaker, Joseph Osei-Owusu, that the 8th Parliament has passed very little bills, but we have a list of a few of them that we want to put out. The Electronic Transactions Act 2021, that's the e-levy. We know the Ghana Hydrological Authority Bill 2021, the Cybersecurity Act 2021, Act 1038, the Exemptions Bill 2021, the Promotion of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaians Family Bill 2021, now called the Human Sexual and Family Values Act 2024, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2021, that's the plea bargaining. We also have the Penalty and Interest Waiver Act 2021, that's Act 1065. We have the Income Tax Amendment, Financial Sector Recovery Levy Act, the COVID-19 levy, the National Theatre for Coordination of Early Warning Response Mechanism. We have the Ghana Standards Authority Bill, the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill, the Excise Duty, the Excise Stamp, the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2020, Income Tax. We have the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Bill. We have the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill, the Value Added, the Armed Forces Amendment, the Wildlife Resources, and a host of others. And the very last one was the Environmental Protection Bill. All of these are some of the bills that they have passed, but the argument has been made that the 7th has passed more bills than the 8th. Well, it remains one controversial issue that is yet to be put to some street proof. But in terms of what the 8th Parliament would be remembered for, it's a lot more about controversy. You would recall on the night of the inauguration, we saw all that had happened, where the military men had stormed into the chamber, some MPs sitting on themselves, the throwing of fisticuffs here and there. I mean, it's one thing that regrettably watchers have said it's not right. But the expectation is that the 8th would show a lot more decorum and also consensus being built, especially the numbers are quite clear now. We know who has a greater majority, almost 2/3 of the numbers going for the NDC. The NPP has in excess of over 85 or so, I think almost 88 seats thereabout. There's still some in contention here and there. We are yet to see how that goes though. But it's quite clear how the numbers should be like. And so there's the expectation that the situation will not be as it is currently with the 8th in the 9th Parliament. We know who the Speaker is going to be. The President-elect John Dramani Mahama has already nominated or mandated MPs to approve a continuation of Right Honourable Speaker Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin as the Speaker of the 9th. And so that also appears that there's no opposition as we speak to it. And so that's what it looks like. For now, there's virtually nothing going on in the chamber. I'll walk you out a little bit so that we can see what is going on right outside of the chamber. So this is how the entrance of the public gallery looks like. Just a short while ago, I was saying to you that they were fixing lights here and there. But opposite it, the Speaker would be commissioning a museum, which we understand the former speakers are already in. This is what is supposed to be where, you know, the visitors who come to Parliament would come and have a look at not just documents, but also some artifacts of the sort over here. And this is how it looks like. It's yet to be commissioned. In a few minutes, the Speaker would be commissioning this. And within it, we've not taken a tour inside yet, but the understanding is that this is what would contain some artifacts and things that people would want to come and learn from. The Parliament that Ghana has had is one which has a lot of resources, or have had a lot of resources in the past. And so many people, especially from the sub-region and also on the continent, continue to troop here in the legislature to learn from Ghana. And so the reason why the Speaker has done this. But let me just read you a bit of insignia that's on it here. The evolution of parliamentary democracy in Ghana. This exhibition traces Ghana's pursuit of democratic governance, in particular Parliament, parliamentary democracy from the pre-independence era through to the 4 periods of democratic rule in the political history of Ghana, namely the immediate post-independent era 1957-1966, then the Second Republic era 1969 to 71, the Third Republican era 79-81, and the Fourth Republican Constitution 93 till date. It explores Gold Coast history from indigenous governance era during which chiefs played executive, legislative, and judicial roles, embodying principles of constitution, consultation, accountability, and responsiveness. The narrative recounts the arrival of the European traders, and also it tells you what can be found in there. Downstairs in the foyer, we have former speakers. We have seen the Right Honourable Joyce Bamford Addo and also the Right Honourable Professor Mike Okwe, who are guests over there. They would assist the speaker in the official tape cutting for the museum. And so this is what the situation in Parliament looks like today ahead of the dissolution, and then by midnight the new MPs would be ushered in, and then the process is such that there will be no speaker at the time, even though we know who the speaker is going to be. And so the clerk is the one who will be in charge. He will do the roll call, and then when he does the roll call, then the MPs will now approve who the speaker will be hearing, Speaker Bagbin, and then the speaker will do the swearing in. There's a lot going on around, but it's the expectation that the 8th will take off with crisp and would also have a lot of hope from most of the people who are looking up to it. So this is what the situation here is in Parliament.
All right, thank you so much, Komla Kluche. We will come back to you when there's more activity in the House or outside, and so please be on standby for us. Thank you so much. And that was my colleague Komla Kluche bringing us updates from the House, from Parliament. We are going to be with you for 24 hours to bring you live updates on all that happens in the House, on the floor, as Parliament is set to be dissolved officially. The 8th Parliament is set to be dissolved officially today. Members of Parliament will sit for the final time today, presided over by Speaker Bagbin, to attend to final business of the House, as well as to bid farewell to the chamber for the 8th Parliament, and the 9th will be inaugurated by midnight today, or should I say tomorrow. But back in studio with my panel, I want us to first do some general reflections on some of the unique features or characteristics of this House. So this House, the 8th Parliament, had an unprecedented equal division, 137-137, between the two major political parties. First, can we look at what the key learnings or the key issues that we can learn from the importance of consensus building and lobbying from both parts of the House? Let me start with you, Kweku.
Thank you very much. Before I even broach the subject, as a historian, I'm really intrigued by what we just heard about the museum being actually placed within the Parliament. It's a step in the right direction, because most of the time we don't have this opportunity of going to institutions and have certain material culture, historical rendition of things in a form of materials to look at, to get understanding. You know, a picture tells many stories. So once we are having this sort of thing, I believe we should also, and I like some of the analysis was making, that means we started from the colonial period, and it will be very important to get some of the legislative council debates starting from the 1880s, okay? They are there. If Ghana government may not have it, you go to London archives. They have all those legislative council debates there all the way up to 1956. And we can have that and include them in addition to the ones that we have in 1957 all the way backward. So I think it is very okay. And this shouldn't only end with the Parliament. I expected this to also be done even at the Jubilee House. Okay? Jubilee House, people shouldn't go to the presidency, and then you go to US and other countries, they have their state house buildings, some of these museums. Children can just visit Jubilee House.
Yes, that's right.
And then have that easy relationship with governance.
Yeah.
It is not that they see governance far away. So if you go to Jubilee House, there's a presidential library, and they have opportunity of having a director of the presidential library who give history of various presidents from really unbiased form, because he's an academic who will be there, and then you will learn all the president's history. So we don't have this history where people bastardize former presidents and so on. So when there's a discussion about former presidents, you bring some of these historians, then they sit down and then analyze each regime after regime and what the president's done. And so, of course, some of these presidents will have their own biographies written by various people. We put all them together, and then we have a comprehensive history of our various presidents.
Yes.
A young American, if you ask the young American about George Washington, he will be able to tell you everything about George Washington. And the way they will even describe it, as if the person is a messiah.
Right.
Okay? That is the way they call it the American dream. It is infused into the mind. Even if they have disagreement, the way they respect their leaders, we could have that sort of thing being done in our country.
And speaking of which, I don't know if we have this as part of our education system. Our children learning our history in this regard, because when I was in school, I mean, we learned about Nkrumah, and that's I think pretty much that's pretty much all we learned about, you know, our previous governance and who was president and so on. I think I don't know if it was social studies or history.
Yeah,
it was social studies.
Yeah.
In social studies.
Yeah. So our history, there is some problem with the way every government come and the way they structure our history, because attempts are always being to also bring their own history into the fore.
Bring their own history into
like partisan history.
Okay.
At times, instead of looking at the comprehensive nature of our history. Okay, so if we're talking about nationalism, who get to the fore? Most often the political actors are pushed to the forefront, while those who also perform equally important contributions to the state are relegated. So we don't see contributions of people in medicine, people in law, and so on. That also needs to be really brought to the fore for people to understand, because some of them really do greater things than the political animals that we always want to push to the fore.
I see. Well, interesting. I was going to ask you if this has anything to do, maybe, with the Founders Day debate. But perhaps that is a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps that's a conversation for another day. But on our 8th Parliament, I mean, we've seen some very interesting things happen on the floor of the House. One of the reasons that we saw a lot of deadlock or very controversial situations is because, you know, of the hung Parliament. Now, I want us to talk about consensus building and lobbying, the importance of knowing how to properly do this, and whether we have seen it play out in the 8th Parliament.
Yeah, so the 8th Parliament actually did not live up to that expectation that very much because of the intransigent nature of both parties, I must say. And for me, I really love the hung Parliament because the idea of overwhelming majority sometimes can, if not properly checked, can lead to a rubber stamp Parliament. And that in itself is not good for any country, because there must be a very powerful opposition who can also stand for the people, because all of us cannot be in Parliament. That is why we send representatives. So what we saw in that Parliament was the fact that, according to the data that was given to us, 36 bills were passed. And it is so far the lowest of all the parliament of the our Fourth Republic. And that in itself shows you that indeed consensus burden did not go on there. And for a parliament of that nature, one would have really looked for a majority leader and a minority leader who were consensus builders, looking at the nationalistic effect of some of the bills that were being brought to the parliament. So when this understanding is not there and people take extreme partisan positions, then we see that kind of deadlock that we saw. And this happens because of the nature of our politics. The nature of our politics is that the manner in which we elect our MPs
representatives
into the parliament is that they are always sometimes supported, and most often supported by the party hierarchy financially. And as a result, when they go to parliament, they are often whipped to toe the party line. And that in itself do not give that opportunity
as opposed to doing what?
As opposed to speak freely, to represent their constituents.
Okay.
That push them there. How many of the MPs even know that when they go to parliament, they are supposed to represent their constituent and not the party? This ability to take care of this thorny issue is quite problematic for a lot of MPs in our country.
Is it at all possible that we expect MPs who have been elected on party tickets not to toe the party line?
But you represent the constituency.
Yes.
You are not representing your party in the first place.
Yes, I know
okay?
that.
So when you
realistically speaking, with the kind of politics we run,
yes, that is not ideally. That is not supposed to be so.
Okay.
Because we practice a party system. You must belong to a party, which you will use as a vehicle to enter into parliament.
Right.
But that party, you are standing also in the constituency.
Yeah.
So the needs of the people in the constituency, and as I said, Edmund Beck famously said that an MP does not only owe his constituents his conscience, but everything that he does must be a reflection of his constituents. So when you go into a parliament, you should know that there must be a representation which is in sync with the people that you are representing. That is why elsewhere, when there is a thorny issue or any knotty issue that needs to be dealt, the MP will go back to his constituents and do town halls to solicit their views. And based on what the constituents are telling them, he comes back and reflects that view in parliament and not strictly the partisan view. And that is why we don't have the best of representation in our country.
Right.
So everyone must be whipped by the majority whip to toe the party line, and this has not augured well nor deepen our democratic experiment in this country.
Interesting points there. Now, while like I was saying earlier, that sounds like the perfect situation. That's what should be.
That's the ideal.
Yeah, that's the ideal situation.
Yeah.
But Chairman, does this look? Does it sound practicable to you?
Let me say good morning to yourself, my fellow panelists. Unfortunately, the framers of the Constitution did not anticipate this. You know, the Constitution was written in 1992.
Yes.
And I think the thinking at that time was not the thinking of 2025. I don't think the Constitution was written having in mind what to transpire in 2025. It was probably for the first 4 or 8 years of a transitional regime, that is from PNDC to democracy. So the Constitution was written in such a way that certain things were put in to protect the system that was had been created. Unfortunately, time has evolved, and it seems that what my brother is saying is there's the need for us to revisit the Constitution and see what reforms can be made. The partisan nature of our parliament is based on the fact that parliamentarians are supposed to perform the functions of ministers. Parliamentarians in other jurisdictions, the US for instance, they are lawmakers. But here, our parliamentarians have become development agents. You understand? So, how can you criticize your government if you know that earlier when they were talking about that your MP who led the 90 was Apia Kubi. Apia Kubi saw what was going on. 90 of them decided to kick against what happened. The government of the day or the party raised candidates against them. even though what they were saying was to enjoy the benefit of the government. So that's the problem. Our problem is the way we structured the parliamentary system, that 50+1 should be ministers. I think we need to revisit that. That will compel people who go to parliament not going there because they think they'll be ministers, they'll be a board chairman, right? But they are going and development officials, but they are going there to what? To pass laws which will the benefit of the country. And will be in a position to criticize government if they feel there's a need to do that. Look at the US. You find the Republicans even fighting among themselves as to the choice of a speaker. And they have to do, Democrats, the same. They are able to say we are not going to support the bill of the presidency or that kind of thing. So we need to have a holistic, after 30 years, 32 years, we need to sit back and see how are we going to reform so that going forward, what you are saying will not happen. The last parliament, there was a unique opportunity for government to have an olive branch towards the minority because the numbers were the same, 137, 137. But here's a situation that the government was very belligerent. So there was no consensus building. That is why you say that about only 30 bills were passed. But Ghanaians gave that parliament and they wanted to find out, can we cooperate together? And this is not happening. And here we are now, we have 184 or 183, 88. Now, I would say that it looks like there's a one-party state now. Because, one-party state? Definitely, MPP are just going to warm their benches. Because of what they've done to NDC, the past. So they are going to warm their benches. And you must speak to reality. I mean,
to warm benches.
You're going to warm the benches. Because
that's football terminology.
Pardon?
That's football terminology.
Yeah. I like that. You know, because of their past behavior, where they did not allow. Look at the yield levy, for instance. Mm-hmm. When the whole country was against the yield levy, the government would not listen. Look at when the budget was passed. The budget that came, their budget was was thrown out. They went back, considered themselves into whatever majority or whatever. You see, so those kind of things are all lingering all over the place. So it makes their work very. I don't know what they are going to tell NDC in Parliament that we are going to listen, and I think it's very bad. But this is where we are now. A new dawn has come. Tomorrow, a new government is coming. The expectations of Ghanaians are very high, and I believe that Ghanaians have given the NDC the majority to reset the country. To reset the country, ensure that within the next election cycle, Ghanaians will have seen a marked difference from what we witnessed in the year 2020 to 2024. That is why you could see how Ghanaians themselves, having what they're saying, having seen what was going on in Parliament, have decided that this time around, we are going to give you the mandate to really. So I believe that with this mandate, a lot of things must be reformed. The judiciary, the legislature, even the executive. We must reset this country. And other countries have made it. They've progressed. We seem to be marking time. We take what? A step forward and then 2 steps backwards. And we need to really, really, really sit down as a nation, as a people. We must have consensus building and say this is where we want to be the next 10 years. Okay. If we don't do that, we'll come back 2028. And I don't know whether we'll be able to survive this democracy.
And that's why Kweku is suggesting that we should be able to get to a place in our parliament where members of parliament will not only toe partisan lines, but vote and have discussions and debates on the House
so
on what the people who have voted them into power actually want.
They should decouple themselves from the executive. That's the problem.
Maybe we can talk about how that is possible, how to decouple the legislature from the executive, and how is that possible? Seeing as we have members of the legislature being members of the executive as well. But I want us to cross over to the courts now, where my colleague Lord Edward Sari is on standby to bring us some updates on the NDC case against the Electoral Commission on those 4 disputed seats. Lord? Yes, Lord. You're live on air.
Hello now.
Yes, Lord. Great to have you. Can you tell us exactly where you are and what can you report?
Right now, so I'm presently at the Accra High Court, where there are contrasting scenes basically from the previous days. Now, this morning, the NDC have filed processes essentially to get the High Court to halt the collation and declaration of the 4 constituencies under dispute. I mean, at this point, we can say that it is moot because there's been declaration of the results and then we know who have won it. But I spoke to head of NDC Legal, Godwin Ediji Tameklo, and he says that he just wants it on record because the Electoral Commission, right after the court's ruling on Saturday, they filed processes. So they actually left the court a little after 6 p.m., filed processes, and then served it on the Electoral Commission. And so they're expecting that they will put a hold on the collation and then the declaration of the results from Tema Central, Okankwe Central, Ablekuma North, and then Tishiman South. We do know that Ablekuma North has been put on hold because of the issues with it, but then the other 3 have been declared. So in court today, we want to see how things will pan out because Ediji says that yes, it has already sailed, the ship has already sailed, but then they want it on record that the EC were served and they so went ahead to collate and then declare the results. They also note that if their application is not granted, they will escalate it further to the Supreme Court and to see how things will pan out. They actually have 2 suits right now, the stay of execution and then a notice of appeal, which is at the Court of Appeal regarding the ruling of the High Court. And so this morning we are here to see how things will pan out as far as the suit that they filed against the High Court, against the NDC, pardon me.
Against the EC. All right, Lord, thank you so much for bringing us that update. We will come back to you when you have more to report from the court. Thank you so much. That was my colleague, Lord Edu Asari. I'm sorry, Lord, did you want to say something else? All right, Lord, thank you so much.
That's about it. Justin Amenubo for the Electoral Commission is in court right now too.
All right. All right, Lord, thank you so much. We'll come back to you when there's more to report. But back in studio, we're talking about the performance of the 8th Parliament and the unique features of the 8th Parliament and what some of the key lessons should be. Let me come to you, Dr. Nyaba. Would you like to comment on any of the things that has been said so far in terms of representation, consensus building, and the need to be able to have a clear demarcation between the legislature and the executive?
Yes, we've been there before. The 1979 Constitution had strict separation of powers that barred any member of Parliament to hold a ministerial position. So it is not something that we are yet to test. We have been there before, and the advisory committee of the 1992 Constitution were very explicit and emphatic on the fact that it did not help government business. And at the time, but there are situational perspectives that we need to situate this argument so that it doesn't look like it was all bad. Yes, so there was a reason why the framers of the 1992 Constitution felt that we should not toe the line of 1979. Hilary Liman, who was president at that time, was frustrated to the extent that even the 1981 budget could not get approved. And this was a PNDC regime that was transmogrifying into NDC and a civilian regime.
Okay.
And then needed the space, you understand, to evolve the country from the military regime to a civilian regime that will take the trajectory that we have taken for 32 and more years today. So they said, not that the strict separation of powers have been seen to be bad for governance, but just that the situation they were at that moment, they did not want to create a scenario where it was possible to frustrate government business, because this was a military ruler who was evolving into a civilian ruler. If he does not have the space, if he's so consigned by circumstances, what could be going through his mind? That is why I agree with everybody today, and it's something I have said over the period, that the 1992 Constitution has really served its purpose. We will not criticize it if we don't situate it into the periods. But where we have gotten to, like Mr. Adekoka was saying, 1992 is very, very different from 2025. So
the hybrid system is not working well for us now?
Yes, we look at the new dynamics,
okay,
and then we move on from there. And then we create a situation where there is a balance.
Okay.
Because separation of powers within the governance system is essential. You understand? But it should be in a manner that allows the government to do its business in the interest of the nation.
Right. I was hoping you comment on how to balance separation of powers with checks and balances as well.
Yes. You know, separation of powers as espoused by Montesquieu, other checks and balances. That is the reason. That is the reason why there is need for separation of powers, to ensure that the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, although they work hand in hand, are independent of each other. And if you listen to Bagbin, when the executive were trying to be very, very powerful in the 8th Parliament, he said that they were trespassing and abusing their powers, and then making separation of powers unworkable in the country. So it's supposed to ensure checks and balances.
No, all right. I had a message, an earlier message when we began our conversation, when I asked about the need for consensus building and lobbying. It was a question for you, Palgrave. I can't pull it up right now, but he was asking if the present, well, let me just call him, the Honorable Afenyo-Makin.
Majority leader.
All right.
Of the 8th Parliament.
All right. I'm trying to be careful.
No, that's what it is.
All right, Palgrave. Yes.
Majority leader.
All right, Palgrave. If the majority leader, Palgrave, Honorable Afenyo-Makin, has done a good job, or if he did a good job during the 8th Parliament, lobbying the other side to see eye to eye with his side when it came to some of the bills that came before the House. I'll pull the full message and read it to you. But just from this, can you comment on this, on how we have done?
So now you know what, we're trying to solve a problem that has existed over a very long time.
What's the problem?
In terms of partisan parliamentary involvement and patriotism. Now, we are aware that everyone that goes to parliament is sponsored financially by a political party or well-wishers of a political party. And oftentimes that also influences your role of play in the chamber, because then you're always thinking about the next election and how to please your paymasters. We need to have a broader conversation, really, on financing of our politics, because that also plays a critical role in all of my studies and estimations of that. In this 8th Parliament, we began with the Honorable Chairman Sosebos as Majority Speaker, Majority Leader, and then also Haruna Idrisu. And they both led very well, very experienced people in Parliament, served from 1st, 6th, 7th, and even in the 8th. And you could clearly see the commandery between these two astute leaders. And the NDC had a change in their leadership and brought the Honorable Dr. Kaisel Atuforsen to become the minority leader. Then immediately we saw that the majority caucus also had a change and brought Alexander Afenyo-Markin to be the majority leader. I'm not in Parliament, so my comments I would make would be comments by observation and the analysis thereof. Parliament, it's a lot of, obviously, yes, lobbying, tactically, a lot of consensus building, tactically, a lot of mutual respect. And very clearly, you could see that Majority Leader Afenyo-Markin and Minority Leader Kaisel Atuforsen and Dr. have a very clear, good commandery between both of them.
Okay.
Colleagues in Parliament, almost similar age brackets and all of that. We had to work very hard to push government business. I can understand and appreciate some of the challenges that we had to go through as a government, particularly pushing e-levy. And e-levy has been very good to this country, bringing good revenue for this country. As a leader...
Has it achieved its purpose?
Well, revenue targets are key. At a time when we wanted it, you know, I mean, the minority stood very much against it for a very long time.
The country stood against it.
Well, we reduced the percentage of e-levy. It was 1.5%. We brought it to 1%, and I mean that's why it's been working over the months, as we know. In the reset agenda of President-elect John Dramani Mahama from tomorrow, they have promised that they will cancel it. We will support the new government in all the promises that they made to the Ghanaian people. Our leader, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has said that we will be a responsible opposition, and that is what we will be. But also in making sure that this 8th Parliament, transitioning into the 9th Parliament, especially with the new members, because we've lost a lot of members from the MPP side. We've lost very good institutional memories that are not coming back into Parliament. Those who never sought re-election, those that sought re-election and lost those elections. And to see that the NDC have a lot more retained, maturing MPs.
And new ones.
And new ones, considerably. Must be a cue for us in the new patriotic party, especially a party of tradition, because we want to see that our MPs are given the free will to contest elections and win the elections at the primaries by free will. And when the Ghanaian people decide to elect us into Parliament, we go into Parliament. There are some seats that have been particularly very blue, particularly in the Akan traditions, like the Eastern region, that NDC is winning for the very first time.
Yes.
Consciously means that they have targeted to enter and deepen roots within our strongholds as a political party and our constituencies. We'll work hard to reclaim those seats back. I can promise the NDC that.
In 2028?
Inshallah, I'm telling you, by the grace of God. We will work hard.
Have you considered the things that led to
we have set up a committee.
Losing those seats?
We have set up a committee.
Beyond people not
very
turning
scientific,
up to
very,
vote?
very scientific committee that I'm sure that when the results of the findings are out, internally we'll deal with those issues. But we've beaten the NDC before, so we would beat them again. And we are very confident about that.
In 2028?
We would clean our home
of
every mess, come together stronger, give the grassroots the morale that they need, the party that belongs to them, have leadership that would rank and file. You would be amazed to see I'm telling you, we are working very hard.
You sound very confident.
Look, opposition is going to be an interesting time for us.
A responsible opposition.
A very, very responsible opposition.
Well, we wish you all the best in that regard, and we look forward to seeing the reports of the is there a commission you've set up?
Yes, we've set up a commission, yes. But let me just conclude.
The report will not be public?
Well, it's for internal matters.
Internal matters, all right.
Let me conclude on the museum that Speaker Bagbin has worked on. Huge commendation, huge commendation. Very good milestone. I mean, the Honorable Dafia Mepo illustrates very well Speaker Bagbin's many years of service in Parliament. And for me, coming into the 9th Parliament as the Speaker and also seeing that today they'll be opening the museum is huge. And we must commend him because, you see, you recall that Parliament celebrated 32 years of parliamentary work last year. And there were lots of lectures that were held. And so to see that young people who are desiring to go to Parliament, I'm informed by the Honorable Dafia Mepo that the Republic of Kenya is wanting to model their Parliament after ours, which clearly tells you how far we have gone, however young our constituency and democracy is. I know people are calling for a relook into the 1992 Constitution. My only caution really is that many countries around the world, America, monarchs like United Kingdom, Morocco, Qatar, huge democracies have had long-standing constitutions. We should hasten slowly in wanting to entirely, and I hope that is not what the position is. Some aspects of the constitution, yes, certainly, but we should be mindful, really, for me, in relooking at the 1992 Constitution. It's not fully served its full term. Some aspects, yes, we can have a look at it in terms of the changes in modernity and thought process and everything, because even in academia, you always want to contribute new knowledge. But those aspects that will be good for us in the next 25 years, let's hold on to it.
Like which provisions?
Well, I mean, we'll look at that.
I mean, if you look at the Constitution in its entirety, in terms of percentages, would you say that perhaps it's 90% still good for us to run for maybe the next 25 years? Or should it be much less? How applicable would you say it is in terms of modernity and the new times?
You know, I think that, you see, it will be very difficult for me to put percentages to it.
All right.
But one of the things that I will say very clearly for me is that we should hasten slowly in a total call of amendment. Some aspects of the Constitution, yes, giving the president some executive powers is key.
Additional executive powers?
No, I mean, it's key. Some aspects where you feel that because of the authority that it bewields, like the president is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, in consultation with some elders of the country, it will be good for the president to appoint the military couple, the chief of defense staff, the army commander, by suggestions from the rank and file of the military, and some other provisions in the Constitution. But for me, we should hasten slowly. That's my caution. Okay, we'll have a look at the broader picture when the issues come across board.
Yes, Doc.
And discuss that very constructively.
Yes, Doc, you may. Chairman, just let Doc come in and
yes, if I may have just a brief bite at that comment. I think just about 2 years ago, at a Ghana Studies Conference in Tamale in 2022, the dean, I don't know whether he's still dean, Professor Raymond Atoga, delivered a keynote. He delivered a keynote, and the title was on Ghana at Crossroads, Do or Die meets, or Do or Die versus Break the Eight. And then one of the key things he mentioned was a revisit to revisit the 1992 Constitution and then let it be development-oriented. So we are not talking about a wholesale amendment of the 1992 Constitution, but I have already mentioned that there was a reason why some of the things had to be put there because of our history.
Exactly.
You understand? This was, the transition was from a military regime to a civilian regime. So the perspective was context-specific. We have evolved, and then we have had over 32 years of democracy. We have had experience. Fortunately, we had a very peculiar, seemingly hung parliament in the 8th. So we have come very far. We've learned valuable lessons. We have seen people in the executive, people in the legislature, and people in the judiciary. And he particularly cautioned that when we are going to that next phase of revision, we should not rely on the legal luminaries alone. We should broaden the base. And he gave insights where, at a point when the practitioners, the ordinary people came into the room, their perspectives were very valuable in even bringing up the 1992 Constitution. So we have evolved from a period. We are at a certain crossroads. And then we must navigate that one as well as we did in 1992. And that one too should be context specific. We are all privy to the fact that this current Constitution, I'm sure that's the reason why the politicians are hesitant to work on it. You see, it is dragging everybody into politics because it looks like that is the only space. Exactly. You know, if you look at people in academia, if you look at people in the media, if you look at people in the various aspects of our society who were supposed to be pressure groups, who were supposed to be independent and then let the system work. We've been blaming the politicians, but if you look at the situation generically, it is because everybody can only get a bite if you make the move into politics. And that is the fundamental weakness of our Constitution. And that's why I'm saying when I say this, I don't blame the framers of the Constitution then because it made sense
at the time
based on the context. You understand? But we have moved on, and I think we should not reduce everything in Ghana here to NDC MPP. If we have another forum to talk about this, you look at how pressure groups have been coaxed into that small space. You look at the civil society organizations, media, academia, where I am, everybody trying to take a bite. The Constitution is not sustainable going forward. I think we should revise it to be development-oriented. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Chairman.
Yeah, now just look at the Electoral Commission. Look at what is happening now. After 32 years of partisan democracy, today we have to go to the court for the court to direct to go and do regulation. Or now new words are being churned out. The last time I was here, I told you about when the Electoral Commission concept came up during the transitional period. We had about what? How many regions? About 8 or so. 8 regions or so, right? So it was necessary to have an omnibus body looking after our electoral system. Now we have got 16 regions and counting. And other jurisdictions, you don't have electoral commission. You have regional election boards who superintend over the election, and it goes on smoothly and nothing happens. You don't have to go and wait and send everything to one center before somebody have to go through. And so these are the kind of things that the reforms that we should look at. These are the reforms that we should look at. And so it's necessary that after practicing this for the past 32 years, we will look at what has inured to our benefit and what has been pulling us back. So it's very important that we look at it, like I said earlier on. People go to, Doug just said, people go to Parliament because they feel that is the only avenue for them to what? To aspire to higher positions. So you go to the constituency level. You go there and the fight from the constituency level to be an MP, a candidate. Have you seen the cost involved? Have you seen the goodies that have been thrown all over the place? So you end up getting somebody who probably has not, he's educated enough, but for the work that he wants to aspire to go and do, is that he has no idea. He has no idea. So we are being held hostage in this country. So I believe that it's about time we look at a holistic review. How the party's constitutions, how do you emerge from the party to aspire to be a parliamentary candidate to go to
constitutions of the political
parties themselves.
Okay.
You see, so this is the time for us, like I said, to reset this country on a better trajectory. It is very, very important that we reset. Because 32 years, and today your one of your reporters is at the High Court. Now, here's a situation where a decision is documents are filed at the court, and the EC blatantly refuses to accept it. So you are setting a precedent, which now, if you come and take my land, and I get a case and you say stay of execution, I'll go and bulldoze your house before even you have access to take me to court for the stay of execution to be heard. These are the kind of precedent that we are setting. That is not good for us. Understand? So because of partisan politics, the EC now is an endangered species, as far as I'm concerned. The whole setup of
the whole EC.
Yeah, it's an endangered species. Who is going to keep them there? When you have Bosman, aside saying NDC, it's a threat to democracy. When you have an IT person who was a commentator, social commentator. And that was all the idea of the framers of the Constitution. So now it's very important that we're going forward, we have to look at this. Look, how do we get, if we are going to maintain the Electoral Commission, as I was saying, how do we get people to go and man those institutions so that they are not bastardized? That is where we are. Everything has been bastardized in the system. Understand? Look at the judiciary. Any judge that is put up is either an NPP judge or NDC judge. You understand? Then they will bring your background. So the decision that you give, nobody wants to accept it. So if we don't reset, now, 10 years, 25 years, maybe me and you, if God gives us
long life,
150 years, we might be alive. Otherwise, this democracy.
All right. So you're calling for electoral reforms, a review of the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution, a review of the Constitution of various political parties.
Exactly.
All right. That's.
Now, let me add to that.
Let me just introduce. Joining us is the Honourable Joe Bedu Ansah, former Member of Parliament for Kwesi Mintim. Good morning,
sir.
A
very good friend. Good morning.
Welcome to the show. Great to have you. Yes.
So when he was talking about the 1992 Constitution, the experience of 1979, if you quite remember, it was also a close margin kind of numbers. And that budgetary issue, some people have even shifted position as MPs to others. And so if you look at it, I'm talking about the power players. They don't like that element of close power where they cannot control, and they want absolute control of the parliament so that whatever they want can easily be passed. Like otherwise, what is wrong when you have a closed parliament that can easily debate on issue and arrive at mostly consensus-based bills, which will inure to the benefit of the country, rather than using majoritarian system to bulldoze your way and having every unpopular policies passing its way. You see, and with regards to the constitutional amendments or the review, we under Professor Mills, Professor Fiajo had a constitutional review, and the work is there. I think we need not to go that too far even. That one is there. There was a suggestion.
2010.
Yes, there was a suggestion for even district assembly elections, the appointment of the DCEs, which will be elective and so on, of which Nanadu even accepted that when he wins, he's going to put it into action. But when you get to power and you see the power trappings and the joys of it, you say, hey, wait a second. Because this constitution, let me tell you, it makes a president becomes like an emperor, if he so chooses. Which constitution gives so much power that an ordinary assembly member in Hamile will be a president's appointee, and the president has not even seen him?
The progress was saying that he needs more additional executive powers.
It is so unimaginable how somebody in a small corner say, I'm a president appointee. And you don't even know the role they are playing. And we want to deepen democracy. What kind of criteria do we take before we even select these people? You see, so this constitution, look at our Supreme Court. No ceiling. If NDC today think that every judge is pro-MPP and so therefore they are not getting what they want, they can decide. I don't know how much they are now. If they are 15, they also appoint 17 and get what they want. Is that the kind of country we want to have? So put a ceiling, if it is 7 or 9. And this thing people do not want to, because everybody want to become a judge, a Supreme Court judge. So the people who want to speak about this themselves are beneficiary of the system, and they don't want to talk about.
But there's a cap on the number of justices who can sit at a time.
No,
that one will stand up, because that one comes to the empaneling. That is the duty of the Chief Justice. Yes. But we are talking about the number.
Okay.
Because when it gets to a knot, we will go for judicial review. If you are not agreeing to specific term, you go for a judicial review, and it means if it is 15, 17, all of them must be empaneled. Do you know the cost to the country and so on? So we need to kind of agree. A whole United States, how many Supreme Court judges do they have? A big country like United States, is it not 9? And they are working with it. So a small country like Ghana, and at one time it was 17. At one time it was 15 and so on. It doesn't work out well for our country. So we really need to have a look at this constitution, review it to work for us. Like he said on Electoral Commission at this day and age, do you even need AEC? Create election boards in regions. NDC has 3, MPP have 3. Certain well-meaning people are joined based on their competence. And they themselves will work in the area. There will be no fight about it. And the idea of people going to stand there to watch and so on will not be necessary. Nobody will fight, because both parties have their members on that election board.
You don't think our current process has worked for us?
No.
I know there has been issues with this current election. We still have some issues outstanding.
We learn from our growing up. It's an experiment we started in 1992. We've grown over the years.
And we've held very successful elections.
In terms of governance, we even started with prime minister type of system from 1952. Okay? Westminster type is what we had, where we have a prime minister. All the way until 1960, 1960, we had the presidency. And as Nkrumah said, it was an amalgamation of the Westminster and the US presidential system that we had, which traveled all the way to 1979 and then 1992, what we have today. But what we're supposed to do is that institutions that are becoming problematic for our democracy, we need to find solutions to them. You see, because it is impossible in our country because of the overwhelming power a president enjoys. When he appoints people, they think they must do everything to satisfy the president. But that is not it, because the constitution is clear. If he appoints you, your mandate and responsibility is to the people. After it is within the constitution. What is the sovereignty of our country? Is it not the people? So every position that they give to you, you must know that you are serving the people, but not the one who appointed you. People can't get this civic duty right.
But isn't that a clear conflict of interest? I mean, like what? There's a person who's appointing you. Yeah. All right. And so, as we have seen, and even as you're alluding to, because the president has appointed you, you are more likely to do his bidding or lean towards his expectations, even if that does not appear to be the general will of the people.
So when people are appointed, you know, they have oath of office.
Yes.
It's to who?
To the people.
It's to the people.
So, but my question is, does it put the people, these appointees, in a conflict of interest position? Is it strange if they feel conflicted in their positions? Because there's the appointing authority, there's a likelihood that you would, dance to the tune of the appointing authority. I
think it is cultural thing. Most of our problems sometimes is cultural thing. Without this person, I wouldn't be here. So they are trying to sort of asada. You see, back in our culture, when someone gives you something, you go back and give asada. It could be even a token, just to show. And it has been ingrained in our minds that even in spite of education, people continue to have that worrying them without necessarily they themselves knowing that is what they are doing. Because if you give me something, somebody, for instance, he doesn't even dreamt that tomorrow he will be an EC. People have lobbied for her or for him. He goes there, and then something is happening. He is not able to see, if I don't do it this way, am I being ungrateful, and that sort of thing. When ideally, it's supposed to be, what is the right way? What will bring peace to the country? That should be something that I think right from our educational system, civic duty, civic responsibilities must be taught people to understand that when they appoint you in any position, you are not to serve at the pleasure of the appointee, but you are to serve the country. This is what is missing in our politics. And we need to re-echo it. And probably the resetting must look into that. If they really intend to reset, yes, if they really want to reset anything, they must do so. The idea of civic responsibilities. You know, when we were kids, if we are playing national anthem, I'm not that too old. Wherever you are in the 90s, you stand and you salute. Yes. Or Black Star is playing football. We sing the Ghana anthem and so on. These days, playing Black Star, you're watching Premiership, something else. Ghana national anthem, my friend, when we do Musikano, and so on. They don't care. So the patriotism, civic duties, and responsibilities is missing from us. And that is why the politics has become this way. So like he said, politics has become the only avenue of enrichment. A guy you know today who cannot even feed himself, tomorrow you see he's driving their Pajeros and so on. Somebody I have taught, even in Lagos, small boy, he just left within a year. He came to me with a very big Pajero. I said, my friend, how do you get it? I've been wondering where in the presidency, that question, nobody has been able to answer. What question? How do they even get the money within that short of time? Within 4 years,
was it his personal vehicle or it was a vehicle assigned to him?
That has been given to him. You see that then?
Which he will return during the transition.
I don't know if you will return it because they have a way of buying it at auction. If you don't know the system in this country, they have a way of auctioning it back to them.
Not like to need people.
You see that then? And so this is an electoral of about 50 years, 20 years. Cannot afford going near that car. He can't even buy the petrol for that car. And we sit down and we laugh over this thing and it's continuing and it's taking away chunk of national revenue, which could be used for development.
Yeah. Honorable, you're welcome to join the conversation.
Yes, I think, well, he gave the clothing of culture, customs and culture. But I think I want to look at it from the perspective of quality of leadership.
Okay.
You see, when the quality is not good, you appoint it. That's what they do. Yeah.
When the quality is not
good. It's not good, yes.
Quality
of course.
Leadership.
Leadership. Okay. It boils down to quality of leadership as to whether the person believes that it's a sacrificial job or it is an elevation. People leave their well-paid job are begged to become ministers. Such people, they won't end up like that because you can always walk out. But then when you go and appoint, like you say, the kind of person that he just described, he will come and do the bidding of somebody else because he doesn't have alternative. He can't walk out to anywhere. He's stuck with the person who appointed him. So quality of leadership, and we have to insist that they appoint proper people, good people who are ready to serve, not people who just come in to amass wealth or to, create names for themselves, things that they don't deserve. So I think that is one of the reasons why we find ourselves in this situation.
The situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
Now, people have said that good people are sometimes elected, and you said proper people should be nominated, right?
Yes.
Proper people.
Yes.
People have said that people come into the system good and proper with their heart and intention to work, but the system will frustrate you and make you into this other person who does all these things that we have said should not be done. That it is the system. And so it's not a question of the individuals who are appointed, but a question of how the system can be, to borrow your word, but not to use it typically in the way that has been used over the last couple of months, reset the system itself.
Reset the human beings.
No, not the people who are appointed. The people who are appointed are members of our community. They are you and I and everybody else. We are the same, right? And before such appointments, we seem to have such a particular mindset. That you should go in, to serve the people, not to amass wealth for yourself, and so on. We all feel that way. But then after they are appointed or elected and so on, they suddenly become this other person, which the system makes them. So that is an argument that has been put across.
Let me put it this way.
I'll let you come in, Adekoba.
I don't think it is the system that makes them.
Okay.
This is how they are. They are hypocrites. You are just described a hypocrite. He pretended, or she pretended, to be something that he is not. That's why I'm talking about the quality of leadership. What goes into appointment? What did you see before you went in for the person? Did you only hear, or you saw? If you want to hear good things, I mean, there are a lot of good speeches that we'll be seeing currently. But as to whether it is reflective of the characters of the people who are giving those speeches, it's another matter. So I'm saying that we should go beyond just talk and look at the quality of the person you are bringing in. Who is he? And it is that will make the person.
Now, I've also heard people ask this question, that, again, you probably don't know the actual nature of the person. You said, ask who is he. I mean, on the face of it, he seems like a very honest person, ready to serve the people, with a good heart, great ideas and intentions for the people. They are elected into office or appointed into office, and then they become someone else. Is there a criteria that, in your estimation, can help appointing authorities or even the electorates be able to properly assess the individuals before them, before voting them into office or appointing them into office? Because it's a cycle. It keeps happening.
Let me use myself as an example. When I was appointed as Minister of Trade, B and I went to my school. My primary school. I was told after some time when I visited my constituency. My old head teacher said they came and spoke to him. I was surprised. I don't know whether they still do it. And even those days in the military, before people go into military, they go to talk to their mothers, they go and talk to wherever they schooled and things like that. So the appointing authority will have a fair idea of who this person is. I don't know whether they still do it.
I wonder, is it still done?
Yeah, they do.
They still do it?
Yes.
Okay.
They still do. I remember when I was doing national service, my boss was nominated for a position. They traced back to his school, came to the workplace.
That must have been a while back.
Yeah, they still do. I have friends and colleagues who were in the previous government, who were appointed, and then they had the BNI did. They will not, under normal circumstance, appoint somebody without doing the background checks and then the due diligence.
Right.
But it does not necessarily make the difference today. Yeah, because now that my senior, Mr. Adekoka, his party has come to power, they know who they are going to appoint. And before they even came to power, they have already outlined the criteria, who should be where. And sometimes the background checks may not necessarily determine whether, unless it brings something that boils on criminality, where unless, but not your moral character and other things. Okay. So for the electorates, look at somebody, we are talking about parliament, so look at somebody who is aspiring to be a parliamentarian. What does he tell the constituencies? I will do this for you, I will do this for you, and then start actually giving to them. So it is not like we have seen this person, he has the competencies to do the work he's aspiring to go and do. The person has the genuine moral character to represent us, but it is the highest bidder. The person who is able to promise and the person who is able. So when my colleague here, who used to speak for the president, he said the NDC strategized. When they say they strategized, what do they do in terms of strategy? To give financial support, to consciously do the things that will aid a certain candidate to win. So it is not something that the electorates actually even assess the person based on the things we are talking about. Yeah. And then the appointing officer to also assess the person, they do. But you see, the major factors boils down on other things rather than the person's moral character.
Exactly. So that brings me back to my question about the system. Yeah, yes. That you may start out with the most genuine intentions, but the system, the process to get into office would sort of make you metamorphosize into this person who needs to recoup all the money that they invested.
Yes. So naturally,
at the time of you know the electoral process, because
just 30 seconds.
Surely, I mean, surely this is what we see happening all the time.
Yeah, so naturally, the human being will not be predicted that he will go and do the right thing. So it is the structures, like the system we are talking about, and what regulates this system that we are talking about? The Constitution. And that's what I was saying. That, you see, when you are talking about any nitty-gritty in the Constitution, you must envisage its generic repercussions. So it's the Constitution. You frame the Constitution, and you see it's the mother of all the other rules and regulations that govern us as a society. So you frame it in a manner that doesn't allow the human being to go outside the confines of doing the right thing. And that is what everybody have done. If we intend to practice the democracy that some people have done over the years, it's not because they have better people than us. It is because they have better structures, better system that regulates the human being from not doing the things untoward.
Do you think that political funding needs to be regulated?
Now let's put this in historical perspective.
Okay, great.
It's very important when you are looking at this. Look at when we started the Fourth Republic. People were begged. Yeah. People were begged to become MPs. Yeah. They'll go and they will come and beg you. They will force you, right? The idea of monetary, what do you call it?
Monetization of our politics.
Was not there.
Wasn't there, yeah. That is true.
People were, if to become an executive member, they come and beg you.
Yes, that's true.
So the framers of the Constitution had idea that we are going to practice, because of our experiences over the years, we want to practice a democracy which will be devoid of money. Unfortunately, certain provisions in the Constitution has allowed people to see going to politics as the avenue of what? To reach yourself. Because like my brother said, he's been a lecturer for so many years. And then he sees his student within 2 years driving a Lexus. And the man is still working. Now, the colleagues...
I'm so sorry, I have to cut you. I'll come back to you, yes, but I want us to cross over to Parliament now. We saw earlier that the museum was about to be commissioned. Commissioning has just begun. And so let's cross over now to the floor of Parliament, where my colleague Komla Kluche is on standby.
The country was yet to grapple with a series of coups that toppled the first, second, and third republics until the country's eventual return to constitutional rule in 1993. We don't need any evidence to tell us that what concerns us must be decided by us all. One of the main reasons why the 1992 Constitution stayed up to date is because it was the decision of all of us, not by any group in the society. Everybody matters in life. And we all drafted it together, and we all took the decision in the referendum, and we all felt that we are part and parcel of that document, and so we all decided to obey it. And that is how come, and I said, one of the reasons why we have broken the jinx, and we've been along this path for 32 good years now. Throughout these periods, Parliament has had its own unique history. The struggle for legislative inclusion and participation in governance dates as far back as the pre-colonial and the colonial era, when leading citizens of the Gold Coast agitated and demanded for the colonial government to allow for citizens' representation in decision-making processes. The Legislative Council was first established in the Gold Coast in 1866 to advise the colonial administration on enacting laws. It was, however, not until 1888 that the first African unofficial member, John Saba, was nominated to the council. Don't forget that John Mensa Saba was the first full-blooded Ghanaian to be called to the bar in 1887 as a lawyer. But before that, there was one Ribeiro who was called to the bar in 1883. But his background was Portuguese, Brazil, and Gold Coast. The two families have been debating it. This is good information to the two families. And so if you talk about full-blooded Ghanaian who was called to the bar, is John Mensa Saba, 1887. But you talk about a Ghanaian, you can call half-blooded or one-third blooded, but he was a Ghanaian. He is Ribeiro, who was called to the bar 1883. And I'm talking about being called in UK, not in Accra or anywhere in the Gold Coast. I know why I'm emphasizing this, because the two families have gotten in touch with me when I made a statement on the floor in Parliament on this matter. So I want it to be clarified. John Mensa Saba was the one who led the establishment of the Aborigines Rights Protection Society. And so he was the first African unofficial member nominated to the council. After several years of changes in the composition and structure of the council, the National Assembly was established upon the attainment of independence These developments present a rich historical information for the establishment of a museum. The year 2023 marked exactly 3 decades of uninterrupted parliamentary democracy in Ghana. To commemorate this significant feat, Parliament, under my leadership, embarked on a series of programs and activities across the country to interact with citizens and bring Parliament closer to the doorsteps of the people. We watched admiration, the enthusiasm with which Ghanaians came out in their numbers to participate in the games, the health walks, the mock parliaments, and the fora that we held. And very critical questions were asked about Parliament, about governance, and about development. Distinguished participants, we live in a world driven by an insatiable quest for knowledge. Our rich history has been but a whisper, an untold story, yearning for an audience. This museum stands not merely as a collection of relics. It is a chronicle of courage, a chronicle of sacrifice, and a chronicle of fervent hope of the people. Each exhibit in this museum will remind us of our journey, where we started, the trials we faced, and the unyielding spirit that has time and time again triumphed. A tour of the exhibition will reveal the vigor of countless individuals who sacrificed everything to carve a path for future generations. And we are happy and lucky to be enjoying this sacrifice. Their energy will remind us that governance is not simply an institution, but is rooted deeply in service, integrity, and vision. As I speak, I am reminded of the words of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who boldly declared, and these are his words, "The forces of history and of our action, our own action, have brought us to the point where, with courage and confidence, we may venture forth to liberate our land and our people." This museum houses significant historical documents, documentaries, photographs, and artifacts that narrate the story of parliamentary democracy in Ghana, ensuring that future generations appreciate the sacrifices and the struggles of our forefathers. Those of you who know history very well are aware of 1823, where the first governor, Charles McCarthy, led the war against the Ashantis, and what happened to him. He was beheaded. The British learned a lesson from it. So the museum will also play a crucial role in civic education, helping our children, students, and citizens in general to understand the importance of parliamentary procedures, the significance of their voices and votes, and the weight of those voices and votes in the democracy. So that they don't see democracy as just voting and going back to sleep. It is important to note that, on the average, Parliament receives about 17,000 visitors per year on the average. As a matter of policy, such visitors will be encouraged to visit the museum moving forward. All special guests, such as speakers and heads of state who visit Parliament, will be given a tour of the museum. Finally, the museum will equally foster a sense of ownership and pride among citizens in our democratic process, encouraging active participation in governance and an informed electorate. I wish to use this opportunity to express my appreciation to all the individuals and organizations who contributed in diverse ways to make the project a success. I particularly want to thank Mr. Richard Champon, our senior principal assistant clerk, and the committee members he introduced to you. I also want to thank the Executive Secretary and the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board, as well as all those who donated artifacts and other items for the use of the museum. We have also put in place some modulations that you will feel part and parcel of the museum as we thought through it. So we haven't completed all, but there is going to be some high-tech interventions that can be an attraction to give us more visitors to the house, to learn from our history, to participate in what we do, and to lead us to shape the Ghana that we all want. On this note, I wish to encourage each one of you to visit this museum, engage with its exhibits, and share stories of our parliamentary journey with your families, friends, and colleagues. Together, let us illuminate the path of parliamentary democracy in Ghana, fostering a future where every voice counts, and democracy not only for us to exist, but a democracy that is living and thriving sustainably. On this note, I have the singular honor when we go up on your behalf, on behalf of the leadership, the clerks, usually refer to them, the clerkship, the members, and their common name is membership of the House, to cut the ribbon, to commission the Museum of the Parliament of Ghana. For this, I thank all of you for your presence, and may the good Lord continue to bless all of us and make our nation greater and stronger. I thank you so much for the opportunity.
A round of applause for Mr. Speaker. This is a good time to celebrate the Parliament of Ghana Museum. Please help me welcome Alhaji Mohammed Inusa to give us the closing prayer. Before Alhaji Inusa gives us the closing prayer, I'll call on Ketre Erajesi to give us the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to express to you
the hearty vote of thanks. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to commend you for...
And those are live visuals from the floor of Parliament, well, from the building of Parliament House. We just heard Speaker Bagbin speaking there on the inauguration of the new museum in the House. This museum will house the history of our Parliament, and our historian on our panel today has said how happy he is that this has been done and should be replicated in other government houses, so that we will be on top of our history, so that we know where we are going. We'll bring you some more visuals when they enter the museum itself, so we can see what is inside the room or the house there. But back in studio, we're going to continue our conversations. We're reflecting on the 8th Parliament, some of the ups and downs, things that we need to applaud, things that need to be criticized, things that can be done properly or better in the 9th Parliament, and so on. Before we crossed over to Parliament, there, Chairman, you were making a point.
Yes, now, I was saying that here's a situation where my brother here has been lecturing for over 30, 40 years. And then one of his students comes to his office or about driving these big lectures. And probably that guy must be his younger brother or maybe his child who has grown to that age. So you see the difference. Now this same young person has got classmates who he went to school, it's not the same class.
Yeah.
And they realize that, within this short period, this is what is happening. Immediately, there's this jealousy concept, and also the need for him also to get to that stage. During our time that we were growing up, realize that our fathers were working. They go to work for maybe 8, comes home, they have a lunch break about 1 and 2. They have those, what they call it, French style. Then they go back to work. So the morning when you wake up, if your father has got a car, you wash his car and everything, and make sure his shoes are shined, everything, and then, so you were growing up with not an entitlement, but the belief that your father is a role model to you, and he's working very hard, so you should aspire to be. So when you go to school and your results are bad, you dare not come home. You are scared. You know, so all these things that my brothers were talking about made us very patriotic. They want to die for our country. If we check some of our backgrounds, me, I've been in football, I've been able to bring kids up, Kingston, Atra, you name it, Stephen Appiah, all these boys, we groomed them to be where that was we were selfless.
Right.
You understand? Those now look at what is happening, even in our football. Look at what is happening.
Chairman, I want to ask you what changed. When did the change happen? What changed?
The change
because from what you describe, and I think from conversations we've had, there has been a sharp difference in the quality of leaders we have had in the past versus the quality of leaders that we have now. I'm going to ask you to answer that when we come back. I have to cross over to Pakwesi now, who's on standby, to bring us more information on the inauguration and some facts and figures. Pakwesi.
Inauguration ceremony. Of course, Parliament, the 8th Parliament will first have to be dissolved, and then later at midnight, we're going to have the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. And then, of course, all the action is going to happen at the Black Star Square. That's the ground zero, where all the action is going to be held tomorrow. History making. Let me go live to the Black Star Square now, where our colleague is standing by. Safwa Buahen, she's there to give us all the updates. Safwa, what can you tell us?
To what is going to be termed as a historic event for the Republic of Ghana, as just tomorrow is going to be the swearing in or the inauguration of a new regime, new government, new life will be ruling the country and the Republic of Ghana. And right now I am at the Independence Square or the Black Star Square, where already tents have been erected, as you can see right behind me, with some layers already on the floor with barricades. I can see some military around, and organizers are also on the grounds to make sure that tomorrow, which is the big day, is done and done well. But I have with me here Mr. Eric Ahianyo, who is a member of a committee, Comms and Media, and Media Committee from the Office of the President-elect, right? And I'll be engaging him to see how things are going right now. So, Mr. Eric Ahianyo, I just want you to tell us, how has this been going? Since when have you been doing this?
We've been here since the 31st of December 2024, when we hatched a plan about how to make sure this program comes off beautifully compared to the previous inaugurations. And so the technical team had to come here and then look at the space available and map out how they are going to erect the tent, taking into consideration the main two facilities, the Ark and the other facility at the back there. So what we did was to map out this area and then agree on what really we want to put up here to give us that beauty in terms of aesthetics, and then looking at how the inauguration should go. So we took into consideration the colors of our national flag. Right. We also paid homage to our kente cloth, which is a symbol for our culture. Yeah. And then, of course, we're also looking at how to ensure that this place is not very busy, so that we have an organized program. And so for us at the subcommittee on communications and media, we're solely in charge of ensuring that accreditation for both local and international media are sorted out. But there are several committees. So we have committees made up of representation from the Office of the President-elect and then Ghana, i.e., the Office of the President through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Information. We have State Protocol represented here. We have National Security. We have all these groupings who belong to different committees. Now, what basically goes on is that at each level, we have our discussions, share with the bigger committees which give approval, and then we come back here. And so if you look at the setup here, you see a yellow area, a green area, and of course, we have red and black. The yellow area is for the president-elect, the vice president-elect. So if your cameras pan towards that section, you would notice that the middle is where the president-elect will be seated. You have the vice president-elect who will also be seated there. And of course, you have the Speaker of Parliament and the Clerk of Parliament. Because this is an extension of parliamentary proceedings, you see the background that the stage, how it has been designed, is to give us a replica of Parliament where the Speaker will be at the top and then the Clerk of Parliament and other officials will be seated.
Will the Chief Justice also be
Chief Justice also there. And then on the right side, the yellow section is where the First Lady will sit. And then a few family members of the First Lady will be seated there. Some other very, very important personalities would also be seated there. And then on the left side, which is also the yellow section, was where the outgoing president will be, the outgoing vice president, and visiting presidents of different countries would also be here. We've also gotten an information that we'll have some former heads of state or some vice president of some countries will be represented. They will fill the yellow section. And then because of the confirmations which are going up by the day, even as of yesterday, we got information that some countries were still confirming the attendance of their presidents or some very, very important personalities. So there's been an extension of the VVIPs to the left section of the green area. Now, all the others have been carefully designed. Now, what will happen, unlike the previous inaugurations, is that the chaotic scene where you see the media moving unnecessarily up and down, looking for guests to engage, what we have observed is that the space behind us will be a no-go area. The mojo barriers will be mounted, so nobody will get access. So if you're a member of Parliament, you go to where has been designated for MPs. That's the black area. And then the red side will be for chiefs, traditional authorities, you have representatives of civil society organizations, you have all kinds of dignitaries who have been invited. So when you get your accreditation card and it is green, the ushers or the security men, after scanning and then making sure you qualify to enter, will show you where you have to move to. Now, beyond this, we have the popular stance. The popular stance is where ordinary Ghanaians, people from all walks of life, will come and then sit. Because we believe that many of them may not have easy access to the event itself and view what they want to see. Right. We have mounted giant screens for their comfort, good sound, so they can either watch through the upper space of the tents and observe everything directly, or at the comfort of wherever they'll be seated, they can still observe. What we are pleading with the general public to understand is that the security will follow strict protocols. And so when you come and then you are ushered, you just move towards where you have to be, and especially the media. We have two sets of accreditations. One has a red background and one has a white background. The one with the red background, after consultation with the Ghana Journalists Association and some major media platforms which can equally do live production, we have agreed that Silicon, GBC and Wezo TV will put their resources together to give us good, clean feed for the international community. So CNN has shown interest, Al Jazeera, Associated Press, other countries like Kenya, Nigeria, Botswana even spoke to us only yesterday that they want to pick our live feed. We have made the links available via satellite and other platforms. And beyond that, Ghana television networks across will pick. So there's a designated area for television live production on the ground. But their cameramen can only take footages outside to feed into what we'll produce for them. And then radio section is at the other end. Now, the extreme end of, if you face this way, it's on your right side. Okay. But if you are facing the sea, it's on your left side. That section on the left side of the arc is designated for radio. After our presentations before 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, when the program officially starts, the media personnel will be seated there, and there's a giant screen mounted for those working with radio who want to observe and take notes. So I can assure you that the preparation is 90% complete, and I can also assure you that everything has been tested, and we are guaranteeing Ghanaians that this inauguration will be different from the previous ones.
This inauguration will be different from the previous ones, as said by Mr. Eric Ahiano. Thank you so much for your time. And he has detailed out exactly what is going to happen tomorrow. With preparations panning out, I can see that everything is almost set. I have with me here Mr. Ludwig, who is the Director of Logistics from the Office of the President-elect, who has also been on the ground since 31st. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
How are things also going from your end?
Well, just as my colleague has just explained, I think everything is set to welcome the whole world to Ghana. We started receiving visitors across the world. Our team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are based at the airport welcoming foreign guests. Yesterday we had the former President of Germany, Wolf, arriving. We also have a lot of heads of states arriving this evening, starting from 1 o'clock. And so there's a team that is hosting that group at the airport, and of course chaperone them to their various hotels and accommodation areas. We also have accreditation for key institutions worldwide, so that everybody who have been duly invited will be accredited so that they can partake in this program. We have had a serious security arrangement with the national security architecture, and so there are stickers for cars that will bring the heads of states and our foreign dignitaries and key institutions in Ghana. And we've done a parking space. If you go behind the arc, you see that we have realigned the parking space and really detailed it for the various category of people. You've seen the beautiful design that we've put here to be able to host this great investiture. There are other accreditations that will park people around the Access Bank car park, the Parliament House, and then the conference AICC area. Others to park around Osu area, so that there will be buses that will bring people. Once you have accreditation, there are buses at vantage points that will bring people here. We don't want this whole place to be clouded so that our guests will not have smooth access in and out. I can assure you that for now, all is set to host the world.
Let's just talk for the ordinary Ghanaian, someone traveling from Kumasi, from the north, who wants to observe this historic event. How easy is the person going to?
Okay, so let me put it this way. We will advise as many as possible. That is why we are giving all these platforms for people to view these things in their various homes. Because the type of production that is being put together by the system, the kind of production that's being put in place, will allow everybody to watch this thing wherever they are. But those who still want to come, you see on my right and on my left, we have about 3,000 people that can occupy the right side and another 3,000 that can occupy the left. If you're able to get here early, it's first come, first serve, you'll be ushered into those areas and you'll be well seated so that you can also view. You can see that we put 3 giant screens at each of the alleys for the site for people to be able to watch on the giant screen. We are still monitoring other areas where, if it's possible, we can put giant screen outside this for people to see. But I also advise that the kind of production we've put together, you are comfortable in the house. If you sit in the comfort of your house with your cold ice and cook, you watch another independence of the Republic of Ghana.
This is going to be a historic one.
It's going to be, I mean, the setting up architecture alone, and then the environment, the painting of the whole country in red, gold, green with the black colors across board, and the work that is going on, the military is on board, the police service, the navy, the national security architecture, the ordinary Ghanaians, volunteers, the media like your type. And so I can assure Ghanaians that once this is done, we all move as a big family, the Ghanaian family, and reset our country towards prosperity, towards development, towards job creation, towards opportunity for all of us. Because the promise that President Mahama has given needs to be fulfilled. And we all have to come together, put politics aside after tomorrow's investiture, and move to reset our country.
Not to take you back, I know you talked a little bit about the security, but for the foreign and presidents who are coming from different countries to come here and observe, how is the security? And if you have some of the names of head, some of the countries that we are sure as at now that the presidencies will be coming, you can just mention that.
South Africa is coming, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Equatorial Guinea, Kenya, Botswana, Gabon, Burkina Faso, Niger, I mean, almost all our West African countries and some from the African countries. And we have a rep from the United States. We are having some Secretary of State in charge of Africa from the United States. The UK is sending a high-powered delegation. Russia is sending a high-powered delegation. The IMF will be represented. The African Development Bank will be represented. The Afro-Exim Bank will be represented. All the key financial institutions across the globe have shown interest in coming to. That alone sends some signal. I mean, I am impressed. I've been involved in investigations over the last number of years, but this is the first time I've seen even the financial institutions asking for accreditation, not even 2. The protocol is 1+2, but some are asking 1+8 because they want to sit down with the new head of state and his team, his financial team, and still economy, the support they can give us, the necessary things they'll put in place. So, I mean, this is confidence in Ghana. This shows that the change that the Ghanaians have asked for, the president and the international community is ready to enhance and help that we get the necessary dividend and benefit out of that change.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ludwig. The surname again?
Ludwig Holonje, Director, Logistics and Protocol.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ludwig. As speaking to Mr. Ludwig, he has told us a lot about what has been happening here and the many presidents who are from different countries coming to observe the big day tomorrow is going to be magnanimous. And he's saying that it shows how people are interested in this particular regime. And the question still lingers that after all this, after tomorrow, will the change that Ghanaians, the ordinary Ghanaian, is looking forward to happen for the better? We will see about that. But tomorrow is the big day and we are all expectant to see what will pan out of this. Safo Abuahene, TV3 News. I'll hand over to Pakwesi now.
All right, Safo Abuahene, thank you. Reporting from the Black Star Square, she earlier spoke to Eric Ahianyo and Ludwig Roger, who worked with the Office of the President, essentially telling us exactly what is to be expected tomorrow, the D-Day, where the President-elect John Dramani Mahama and his running mate, Professor Jay Nana, will be sworn in tomorrow. Remember, your election command center, TV3, we will be live giving you comprehensive coverage of that event tomorrow. Let me cross over back to Na Ashoko. Na, take it over.
Thank you so much, Pakwesi. And back on our panel here, we're talking about reflections on the old Parliament, the 8th Parliament, and expectations for the 9th Parliament. And just before we crossed over to the Black Star Square there to see the preparations for the inauguration, we're talking about exactly what has changed between the leaders that we've known or read about in the past and the leaders that we have now. There is a very sharp distinction when you consider the qualities of our leaders of old and the qualities of our present leaders. And Chairman Adekukwa, you were giving us an explanation.
This is due to the reforms in our educational system.
Education?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, before you go to Form 1 to Form 5, and then you do 2 years, lower 6, upper 6. That is almost 7 years apart from your kindergarten. And in doing and during those times, you realize that the curriculum, like our brother the historian said, you had civic education, you had Bible studies. You know, that brings you closer to your God. The civic studies brings you closer to your country. So you are grounded. You are grounded up. You are grounded up in patriotism and the moral turpitude. Those. So if you look at the crop of people who were growing up at that period of time, we had a sense of nationalism in us. Like my brother said, when you hear the national anthem play, wherever you are, at the trotro station, you stop. 6 o'clock. You see Kwame Nkrumah on the air.
Every day?
6 o'clock.
Okay.
You hear his voice.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And everybody is silent. They had the red diffusion, these red diffusion boxes. And even when we were kids, we would stand and listen to what was happening. You know, you had the so-called pioneer, young pioneer, the guy, what do you call this? Boy Scout.
Boy Scouts.
Okay.
Girls Guide. And people took pride in belonging to any of these institutions. Where is it today? Look at the SS, JHS, and then SS. 2 years. They say you have qualified. When you see their brofo, when they write their brofo for you, you will spit.
Oh.
It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. The lecturers will tell you. You will spit. When they write, I've had occasion to read English of secretaries who have been to this JHS and SSS. That is why we need to reset this country. We have busted that, and then the system that has to take care of. The laws are there. We've made all these laws over the years. And these laws are not working. You understand? We have a situation where now we have MPP judges, NDC judges. And we are all aware of it. So we need, this is what has brought us where we are today. And if we don't say it, and we try to gloss over it and use semantics, we will end up in the same situation. We need to go and revisit our educational system. We need to go. Look, the days that in Adesada, we had our own colors. Augustine, Wesley girls, Accra girls. So when you're a student and you go and misbehave, wearing that uniform alone, you'll be scared. You'll be scared or to go and misbehave. But nobody is wearing khaki. You don't know where the person is coming from. You don't know which school the person is coming from. I don't know whether whoever the framers of that system, I keep asking, did they think about 2025? Maybe in that small corner, expediency, let's do this. populist. Sometimes these populist ideas end up creating problems for us. And that is where we are today. Let us go back. Independence, what happened? It is important for the historians to come, have a forum. Let's see how are we going to move this country forward. Devoid of partisan politics. The educational system. Now we have this traffic light, red, gold, green. And our children come out and they are unemployable. You can't employ them. You can't. They are there plenty. Look, KNUST was supposed to train our engineers. Now they do law there.
Yes.
They do law there. KNUST.
Yes.
They're supposed to train our engineers. Now they do law.
Yes.
Everywhere. And like you said earlier on, the lawyers are more in parliament than anything. Go and check. Every lawyer wants to go to parliament. Go and check. So your easier way is to go and do law and then metamorphose into an MP and go a politician. Where are our engineers? They can't even produce traffic lights here in US. Why is this institution was set up by Kwame Nkrumah? He looked at UCC. UCC are going to train educators, teachers, and other administrators. Here in UST, I'm going to train engineers. All the universities that he put up, and they were working. You had top-class engineers. He was a top-class, and the doctors, Dr. Ismo. Yes. You named Dr. Bano. You named them. Top-class. And they were very patriotic.
Yes.
Today, where are we? We'll come back 4 years again, and we'll be speaking the same language. We've been speaking. It's like when it rains. When it rains, Accra will get flooded. Now today there is Hamatan. Have you seen a flood? No. You wait. The rains will come and you see it again. Yeah, and all of us will come here and talk about it.
No, I know that, Chairman, I know I keep cutting you, and we come back and I come to you. Gentlemen, I'll come to you in a moment. We need to go to Pakwesi again, who has some updates for us. Pakwesi.
Right now, you're always coming to me for updates.
I know.
Well, this is our continuing coverage of the dissolution of the 8th Parliament and the subsequent inauguration of the 9th Parliament. This will follow through up until tomorrow morning, where we have the swearing-in of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama and his running mate, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajimai. Now, we're beginning to understand that there's some chaos going on right now at the EC Collation Center. My colleague joins me there from the Collation Center right now. Christian, what more can you report?
Going back to Ablekuma North. If it is not fair here, it wouldn't be fair there. If it is not transparent here, whatever happened there, nobody knows. I'm done. Thank you very much.
All right, so that is the NDC agent who is raising concerns that yesterday, when they suspended the recollation exercise, they were not informed that today, when they resume, the recollation would continue or would resume. So they only got here unprepared, only to see that the recollation is ongoing with the presiding officers for the 20 outstanding polling stations invited to come over here to, certify the details on the pink sheet and other details they're working with. And so, there was, just a while ago, there was near fisticuffs, really, if I should put it that way. We had some other party members were outside this room trying to enter the room, and it took the intervention of the police to send them back. It was quite chaotic. And so right now, as it stands, the process has been halted. What we know is that about 20 of them, of the polling or the presiding officers for these outstanding polling stations, have been invited. What they are coming to do is to certify or verify the numbers and then the handwriting, as well as the signatures on these various pink sheets that were rejected yesterday out of, the EC's inability to confirm whether the details on them are true. We know yesterday it happened just like that when the NDC agents raised similar concerns of irregularities concerning this process. And so right now I see the returning officer for Ablekumanot trying to talk to the NDC agent to reach some form of consensus or to reach an agreement to see the way forward. But the process has been halted as of now. They are saying that if things are unfair here, when they go back to the constituency, things will not be fair there. They are very angry, visibly angry. They are up. I mean, just a while ago they were up in the arms and shouting, and some raising their voices against one another over the issue. The main concern for the NDC is that they were not informed for them to prepare to come back with their pink sheet to also verify things for themselves. So they believe that is, an agenda to scheme things in favor of the NPP, because they came only to see a lot of NPP people here and no NDC member or NDC agent here. And then also the fact that they didn't know that the presiding officers for these outstanding polling stations would be invited to come and verify anything for themselves. And so they've been caught surprised by everything that is happening here today, for which reason they are unhappy with the process. As it stands now, the entire process has been brought to a halt, and the security outside are ensuring that no other NDC person comes in. They are raising their voices now. We can pick their voices.
And I don't want, I will not insult you, but I will not allow you to infringe on my rights. I'm telling you, because I'm the election director of the constituency. I will not allow your whatever status to come and bully me. Whatever you are doing in coalition with the EC, we know, and we will not allow it here, respectfully. We want the fairness to prevail. I've asked a very simple question. The returning officer and the director are here to answer the questions.
And so that is it. Tensions are rising and keep rising, and we know that it is one of the constituencies that have come with a lot of controversies. This doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon, and that is just not a good taste for, especially for constituents. And knowing that today, I mean very much later today, swearing in would be done for new MPs or MPs elect. Residents of Ablekumanot are yet to get a confirmation of who the right person is to represent them, whether it is the NPP or it is the NDC that is going to represent them in Parliament. And so the process is halted here at the Greater Accra Regional Office, the old Electoral Commission headquarters, where the recollation exercise is going on. You remember yesterday there were about 4 constituencies that were to be recollated following that High Court ruling which ordered the Electoral Commission to recollate the result and redeclare who the MPs elect are. Out of the 4 yesterday, we know that Tema Central, Ablekuma Central, and Techiman South all went in favor of the New Patriotic Party. We are yet to see really who wins the Ablekuma North seat, whether the NDC or the NPP. What is interesting to note is that out of the 62 outstanding polling stations for Ablekuma North, 42 were cleared yesterday, 42 were confirmed, 42 of the polling station or the pink sheet were accepted. So we have just 20 really, for which reason we have these presiding officers who took charge of those various polling stations that are left, the 20 of them. Earlier there were about 12 and others began to join them. So these presiding officers are here, and their duty really is to certify the handwriting on the pink sheet, certify the signatures, and also look at the numbers, which is really the bone of contention we're dealing with right now. And so until everything is set and cleared, that process may not be able to, resume or continue as you expected. And, in all of this, we're also dealing with time, and it also talks about the political future of this constituency. One of the concerns many would raise is why we have this back and forth. And, even today, the NDC is in court again, yet again, raising questions or trying to set aside that earlier decision made by the High Court, for which reason we are waiting for that crucial determination or ruling by the court as it is today to know whether there is going to be a reversal of even everything that took place yesterday. So I see that the returning officer Vincent Obeng is resuming with his work and currently questioning or asking how many of the pink sheet the NDC has. I see more police officers coming in right now to more or less like beef up the security, even around the very table, the very, very table on which this exercise is taking place. I see Dr. Shebo Kweku, the Director of Training for the Electoral Commission here. I also see the Director of Elections for the NPP, Evans Nimako, who is also here. I'm yet to see any of the top hierarchy of the NDC come around to observe this. But yet, of course, they have their agent here. And even yesterday, one of the questions that was raised was about really whether if the party is against what is going on, as in the recoalition, then why do we have their agent come in to represent them for Ablekuma North? It tells you about the high stakes involved in all of this and why this particular seat is crucial and so important for the party. So we live to see really what goes. But what we know is that security has been tightened. All of these are members of the National Election Security Task Force, the police, the fire service, and the rest of them who are here to ensure that everything goes on smoothly. So that is what we can report right now. The EC is involving presiding officers, and we can confirm and report to you that the process has resumed right now here at the Greater Accra Regional Office, the Old Electoral Commission headquarters. Christian, back to you in studios.
All right, thank you very much, Christian Yali, reporting from the EC Collation Center, where we're being told there's some chaos there. I'm going to be handing over to Nashako pretty shortly, but some breaking news just coming in. The president has exercised his prerogative of mercy in accordance with Article 72(1) of the 1992 Constitution. And amongst the notable names that the president has pardoned is William Atu-Asian, I beg your pardon, William Atu-Asian, formerly of Capital Bank. And the reasons being assigned to the president's latest decision is that he was convicted for his role in the collapse of Capital Bank and sentenced to 90 million sentenced to pay 90 million cedis. He defaulted after paying part of the monies. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison in December 2023. He subsequently suffered from severe life-threatening medical conditions and has undergone multiple surgeries as a result. And based on this, the president has exercised his prerogative of mercy, deciding to pardon him. And this was signed on the 31st of December 2024, an address to the chairman of the National Council, I think. It says, "Dear Chairman," and the heading is "Prerogative of Mercy in accordance with Article 72 of the 1992 Constitution." So that's the very latest news coming in here on your election command center. Now, you can take it over now.
All right, Pakrisi, thank you so much for those interesting updates. Interesting breaking news story, actually. On Atu-Asian. The president has exercised his power of prerogative mercy. Gentlemen, do you want to take a bite at this, or should we continue with our parliamentary conversations?
Oh, we need to talk about it.
We need to talk about it. Very important. By the way, it's not just Atu-Asian. From the letter that we have seen, there are 9 people on the list. It's a list of 9 people. At number 3 is Atu-Asian.
Is Afoko part of it?
I have not seen his name on the list.
Okay.
It would be better if you know the names.
All right.
Can we, yeah.
So shall I read out the names in full? All right. So we have Akwesi Al-Hassan. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death on the 9th of March, 1993. Then there's Beatrice Ofori. She was convicted of human trafficking on the 6th of June 2023 for 8 years hard labor. William Atu-Asian, he was convicted for his role in the collapse of Capital Bank and was sentenced to pay 90 million Ghana cedis. Then there's Frank Obin, he was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 40 years in prison. There's Stephen Nyako, he was convicted of conspiracy to rob and robbery on December 2010. There's Philip Asibit. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison in 2018 for willfully causing financial loss to the state. There's Osman Inusa. He was convicted of conspiracy to commit robbery, even though he was found not guilty of armed robbery. There's Joseph Nana Kweku Boateng. He was convicted for attempted export and possession of narcotics. And Emmanuel Edu Mensah, he was convicted of possession of narcotics and sentenced to serve 15 years in prison in April of 2024, just last year. So that's a very early pardon for him.
Really lucky guy.
Yeah, very early pardon for him. All right, so that's the full list. That's the full list as we have it now.
I personally would take 3 because of the gravity of the crimes, particularly with regards to fighting corruption in the country. So I take Asabit and Atuisian. You see, the Ghanaians and citizens out there, there is this perception around government that when you commit that white-colored crimes, you enjoy, because it looks like the state itself gives you some sort of cushion and there is no element of punishment. Someone has stolen fowl at Mankasim Market. He's in prison for 15 years and over. Nobody is speaking for him, just fowl.
A chicken?
Yes.
Right.
Just one. He has no one to speak for him. A whole bank and associated debt. The person goes in and he's sick, so he should come home. What is the recipe? What is the, a lesson to be drawn in our journey towards making this society corruption-free? It doesn't augur well in our national fight against corruption. Because at the end of the day, you can commit any heinous crime, and some of the crimes like human trafficking. A person who has engaged in human trafficking, and I take it personal, because it has happened to me personally. And you know to say it, no, to a child of mine. Oh. You get the point? And what we went through and so on, it's not a joke. So for you to kind of give some of these things, it's not easy. You get the point? Because the stress and some of the things that people go, there's a whole syndicate operating in this country, taking people across the border and bringing some from outside the border to the country. And it is quite pervasive. Go to the police human trafficking unit and go and get the evidence that is going on. I'm surprised it's not shown. Day in and day out, people are engaging in human trafficking against people in this society. And such a person is arrested, and within 4 years, you give the person pardon. This is disincentive towards people who are working hard to ensure that people's children do not become victims of this heinous crime against humanity. You get the point? So if certain things of this nature we are going to use because you are a president and you think some people can lobby and then you grant them like you are dashing biscuits to school children in this manner, this is not the best that any leader ought to engage in, as a matter of fact. And I am really, really, really pissed about some of these things because I take it personal with regards to the human trafficking.
Right.
You get the point?
Yes.
So it is something that we need to set down as a nation, that the fact that we vote for leadership does not give them the carte blanche to come out and then come out with certain forgiveness that does not augur well for the generality of the country. You are recycling the crime. So tomorrow, NDC person or somebody to his relative or something go into trouble. Then you go and lobby the outgoing president and he comes out. We are not serving a very good. It's good that this has come at the right time for us to digest it over here. And that is my take for the three people. The Asabit case and the Atuisian, which borders on the financial crime to the state, not against an individual. against the state. This is not a joke. As I said, when we stole chicken or fowl, it's cooling off there for over 15 years. You get the point? And compared to the crime against the state, the person that stole the chicken, it's not against the person, but we make it a crime because the state has to prosecute. But it took someone something. This one did not take a single individual, but the entire country. You cause financial loss to it. Another person takes a group of people's children, engage in trafficking, and you said, what? Please.
Please, I understand my colleague's emotions, and especially when he has had personal experience with issues related to some of the crimes that have been mentioned there. But it is important that we play by the rules, because that is what we have subscribed to. The president does not have that absolute power to grant such pardons. It's a process. So we may be interested in the processes. So the recommendation is done by the Attorney General's office or the prison service or any related body. Then it is sent to the Council of State for advice. Then the president considers the merit of the recommendations. All in all, if it gets to this point where the pardon is granted, there is still room for judicial review of the president's decisions.
Okay.
So it's not like, yes, we understand that some of these things may be done in a wrongful manner, but since there is room for review through the same legitimate processes, we should give the president the benefit of the doubt for the time being. And if the processes were abused, then we can look at it going forward.
Right. So even after this,
yes,
there can be a call for judicial review
yes.
of the president's exercise of prerogative
exactly.
mercy.
So that's what
I see.
We have subscribed to the system.
Now, yes, can we situate it in history?
Yeah.
Has it ever happened?
You see, that's what I'm saying. We have a historical way, cases where such a thing has been done.
Not that I can pinpoint from my memory. But I'm just saying that since there's a possibility, you can look at each of the cases, the merit of each of the cases.
I know what you are saying, but it has never been occurring. Even in the United States, it's very difficult to...
but it is possible. That means that the presidents have been taking the right decisions. You see, why will the recommendation is based on maybe the person have been reformed, the person is ill, so there are reasons.
First-time offender and so on.
You see, but the laws of the land usually gives room for people not to be suppressed.
Yeah, we understand the basis of prerogative of mercy.
Exactly.
Everybody understands the concept. But you also know that there are lobbying group for some of these things.
Yes, obviously.
So you don't take it out as if it is that determinist interpretation as if it is sacrosanct, and so therefore there is no room for maneuvering. There is what really I'm really interested in, because you and I know the workings of government, that people take advantage to lobby. Churches could lobby for a group of people. People within the political space could also lobby for their people. So we need to understand that this thing is not just done in isolation, but there is also an element of powerful forces who are involved in negotiation for some of these things to occur.
All right. Honorable, I'm going to come to you, but I have to go cross over to Roland now, who has some updates for us. Roland.
Well, we know that the NDC had also sought an injunction against the swearing in of Ernest Yao Kumi, the MP-elect for Akwetia, and subsequently the MPP had also gone to the High Court in Kofodia to set aside that injunction. But we all understand that apparently it looks like the High Court has rescinded that application, so to speak, or decided not to look at that subject in favor of the MPP. And Yvonne Ikwe is joining us. Yvonne, what really transpired? What are the implications thereof of this High Court ruling?
So, Roland, as you rightly explained, what the ruling is by dismissing the MPP's application, then it just means that by closure of today, Ernest Kumi, who was declared the MP-elect for the Akwetia constituency, cannot be sworn in Parliament. And so these are the cases for and against. Now, before such an injunction is given, there should be a case of gazetting for the person elect. Now, the arguments for is that, indeed, they believe that per the press conferences and the probably news items found on several websites, it means that the EC had officially gazetted him, as to say, but the argument against is that those are not official means of gazetting. And so this was how the case went for and against. Lead counsel for the MPP, Larry Nimaku, has been stating his opinion. He says they may proceed to the Supreme Court.
Well, we do understand for those who are watching on TV3 and then also listening on 3FM, our caption may have said Fantiakwa North, but we're talking about the Akwetia seat. So it's about the Akwetia constituency dispute, so to speak. So we'll correct that. And we also do know that the number of legal representatives of the MPP who had been reacting to this, and who are they, what have they been saying?
Well, Gary Limako was a lead counsel for the MPP. He has not been happy with the ruling and says that they may proceed to the Supreme Court, especially with the ruling for Akwetia, as you rightly mentioned, and the case for the Fantiakwa North. Simply in terms, Fantiakwa North was not ruled because the judge says that it would be a conflict of interest because he was a native of the constituency, and so he recused himself from the ruling.
Okay, very interesting. Now let's listen to or watch Gary Nimako.
Would that not notice to the affected party? I'm in court and I say I want to be heard. You are telling me you will not hear me. You will not hear me. You are the KMS party. How do you come as party just on the eve of swearing in? And the judge says, I will not hear you. A lawyer, I will not hear you because you are not on record as a lawyer for the person. But the KMS party, they didn't send the clients. And I'm telling you, potential stuff to be affected by the order that you are going to make. And so therefore, please let us hear our side. Make it on notice. Say, I'm not going to hear you. We need to see. We are in a country.
Okay, so
Akwatiatu is simply saying that Electoral Commission has published some, what do you call it, news item on Ghana Web or Ghana, what do you call it, Ghana News Agency, and that amounts to gazetting. I don't know when, what do you call it, gazette notification became news portal in Ghana. We need to see. Thank you very much. Social media.
So what's the way forward? What's the way forward?
We go to the Supreme Court. What do you call it, Supreme matter. The case has been called. It's ex-party. Would that not notice to the affected party? I'm in court and I say I want to be heard. You are telling me you will not hear me. You will not hear me. You are the KMS party. How do you come as party just on the eve of swearing in? And the judge says I will not hear you. A lawyer, I will not hear you because you are not on record as a lawyer for the person. But the KMS party, they didn't send the clients. And I'm telling you, potential stuff to be affected by the order that you are going to make. And so therefore, please let us hear our side. Make it on notice. Say, I'm not going to hear you. We need to see. We are in a country.
Okay, so
Yvonne, the reactions from the various constituents as well as the key stakeholders of the two parties who were there, what have they been?
Well, the reactions from the constituents, now for those on the side of the NDC, well, they are happy by the rulings because it goes in favor of them. Goes in favor because by close of today, when the ninth parliament comes into session, Akwetia constituency, Fantiakwa North, although declared by the EC, will not make its way into parliament. Again, when you heard Gary spoke, beginning of his submission, those were the clarity he sought to make on the Suhum issue. So it looks like Suhum is also hanging. We're seeing how all of these will pan out by the close of today and when the 9th Parliament goes into session.
Okay, so it's certain now. Following that ruling, Ernest Yaokumi, the MP-elect hitherto for Akwitia, will not be sworn in.
All things equal, if everything stays till midnight, if we don't see the NPP and Supreme Court, it means that Ernest Kumi, MP-elect.
Well, Yvonne there giving us the latest update. There's every indication from what the ruling is from that High Court in Koforidua that as it stands now, the MP-elect for Akwitia, Ernest Yaokumi, following that injunction that had been sought and granted by the NDC subsequently, for which also the MPP had been seeking, following that petition before the court, to set aside that injunction, will not be sworn into office, barring any other actions that could be taken by the party or the courts of our republic. In the meantime, the MP-elect, Ernest Yaokumi, has been reacting following that court ruling.
Just a matter of time that will vindicate us. And the good thing is that the court processes are very clear. When one judge decides to take another decision, there are other subsequent processes to follow to vindicate yourself. So this is just a process to set aside the interim injunction. Very unfortunate that the judge thinks that just the mere fact that there was a publication on Ghana News Agency indicating that Electoral Commission had gazetted the elections. He thinks that just that publication alone stands to affirm that indeed there's a gazette. Meanwhile, we all know that indeed if he had to work with the legal proof, he has to ordinarily at least ask for the gazette number or even show by proof that indeed the results had been gazetted. Far from that, I think that we've done what we could, and like my lawyer has indicated, definitely we'll seek other redress in court. And I know at the end of the day, the courts will vindicate us as the electorate has already vindicated us.
Interesting turn of events there now, and it looks certainly like the way he is, and currently the position of the court, as the High Court being the outcome. Ernest Yaokumi, MP-elect for Akwitia, will not be part of those members to be inaugurated for the 9th Parliament.
Looks like so, and it gets interesting as we go. But we'll keep an eye on what's happening, and we'll continue to bring you all the reports, live updates, and more on TV3. We're running a 24-hour coverage. This is our special coverage for the all the activities that are going to be happening between today and tomorrow, from the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, the inauguration that's set to happen tomorrow, and post-event discussions and so on, all live on TV3 and also on 3FM. So you stay with us. We're on 24 hours as promised. Now, we have to wrap up our conversation here so that we can make way for the next team who will take over from 12 o'clock all the way to 6 p.m. For the second half of our coverage today. Two gentlemen, Honorable and Chairman, I want you to quickly comment on the pardons we have seen, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, I think a lot of work didn't go into this pardon thing, because I've been watching television and I've seen, like my brother was saying, people who are there because of petty crimes. And I believe that those people deserve to go. They deserve a pardon, because if you look at a crime, some of them, as a result of hunger, or, it's very petty. So a lot of work didn't go into this. I think we need, presidents should ensure that these things are done comprehensively, so that the right people that should leave prisons live there.
All right. Chairman.
Yes. Let me first congratulate TV3 for embracing the 24-hour economy.
TV stations have always run 24 hours.
No, but this one is better. This one is giving meaning to the 24-hour concept. Well, on this issue, if you look at the people involved, Atu
Isian
is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, I see.
He's a very, very good friend of mine. And I will say that on hindsight, certain things went wrong. But if the government has given me a pardon, like my brother said, it should filter down to the other lesser crimes. There are people in some prisons whose crimes are not as heinous as some of what those who have been pardoned. So I think we need to revisit. The president, outgoing president, need to. I would have loved to see maybe somebody who was convicted for stealing a goat to have been pardoned. That will.
So they can go home to their families.
That's right. To give meaningful understanding. But what you are seeing are people who probably they are misdeed far away some of the people that are in jail. So it's not too late. The government of the day has only a few hours to go. They can go back and quickly get some young boys and old ladies who have been in prison.
I'm sure it's not too late.
It's not too late.
It's not late.
It's not
too late. You can come up with at least about 50 to decongest the prison itself.
Okay.
The 9 is not sufficient. You need to get
social
about
media guys
30, 40 people
for that.
All right.
being given pardon. So, Excellency, Nana Akufo-Addo, I think you should leave. Your last act should be to, by 6 o'clock, pronounce that some guy who stole a goat and has been given 50 years. Sometimes 50 years for stealing a goat. No. The guy was angry for him to steal the goat.
50 years for goat, I don't think so. Thank you so much, Chairman Adekoka. Thank you so much, Honorable Joe Beduansa. Yes, and Mr. Kwekudaku and Dr. Inyaba. Thank you so much for joining us and staying with us on our coverage today. We are going to end this segment of the coverage now, and when we come back, my colleagues Kemini Amano, Alfred Okanse, Martin Asiedu, and Joseph Akable will take over to bring you the next 6 hours of our continued special coverage of the inauguration of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. You're watching TV3. Please stay tuned.
Reason why I love Ghana. Then the lottery at very 20 years. Yenim said Ghana and Nadim Kunim. We are one. Ghana as one. We are proud about Ghana. Sabaya 2 years now. Akos Asundem, Ayen or how we are. Africa and the rest of the world salute Ghana. Don't forget the lottery at very 20. Stand love. Love all Ghanaians. The lottery at very 20.
You know, 1 bucket of flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior